7 p.m. Planning Commission is called to order. Flag salute. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have the consent agenda, Planning Commission minutes dated July 10th. Discussion on that.
Second.
We second it. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Nay?
Abstain, I wasn't here.
All right. Very good. All right, at this time, we have any topics from the floor that are not on the agenda tonight? Anybody would like to speak? Okay, seeing none. Okay, the public hearing agenda. I get my paperwork here. There, get that. Okay, it's now 7:01. The public hearing is now open. This is a quasi-judicial land use hearing. The subject of this hearing is a request for an access variance. The subject property is identified on the County Assessor's map, Lot 2400 on map 4N1W-6AD. The applicant is John Leonard, and the owner is John and Teresa Leonard. Because the quasi-judicial proceedings require observance of certain procedural formalities, we take a few moments to cover some preliminary matters and require statements. Does any member of the commission wish to declare ex parte or conflict of interest bias in this manner?
No.
I hear none. Okay. Oop. Speak up. All right. Does anyone from the audience object to the ability of the commissioner to make a fair decision? Seeing none. Generally, the order of proceedings will be as follows: a required statement, staff report, applicant's presentation, those in favor of the application, neutral testimony, those opposed, rebuttal by applicant, final questions, close of the record, deliberations, and discussion. The following statements are required to be made at the commencement of the hearing pursuant to City Code ORS 197.7635. The following is a list of applicable substantive criteria for this decision. St. Helens Municipal Code 17.84.120, variances to access standards. All testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed towards the applicable substantive standard criteria as described or other criteria in the plan, such as comprehensive plan or land use regulation, such as that is found in Development Code, which the person believes applies to the decision. Failure to raise an issue, including constitutional or other issues relating to the proposed conditions of approval in this hearing in person or in writing, or failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the approving authority an opportunity to respond to the issue, precludes appeal to LUBA and Land Use Appeals Board on the issue, and precludes inaction for damages in certain court. Okay, does the staff have?
I do.
Do it.
All right, so this is an access variance for 34840 Pittsburgh Road, and it is to allow a second driveway approach, and also it's a variance against the spacing standards that we have for Pittsburgh Road. So it's a developed property. It's been developed for some time. Looking at assessor records, it looks like the house was built in 1971, and of course standards were a little bit different back in the early 70s. We did get a comment from the County Road Department. They couldn't find any access permits, and so that, that's one of the things that we'll have to deal with. And so speaking of the County Road Department, so this is where we kind of have a multi-jurisdictional umbrella, if you will. It's in our urban growth boundary and in city limits, so we care, but it's also a county road, so County Road Department cares too. And we have some conditions about being contingent on county permitting. So we've seen variances before. Oh, I guess we should talk about the issues. Spacing standards. So Pittsburgh is a minor arterial. That's the highest classified street. That's a city street, second only to US 30. Of course, that's a state facility. And our spacing standards on minor arterials is 200 feet. And the distances range from roughly 40 to 50 to 80 to 90 feet, obviously less than 200. And so that's one reason why the variance is necessary. And then the other reason is our code says for these kind of developments, detached single-family dwelling lots, one access is allowed. And that's to minimize, help minimize motorist and non-motorist usage of the road. And so this is to legalize a second approach, which is less than the 200-foot spacing. There's a variety of standards in here. I'm not going to go over them all. But when we talk about unique or special circumstances, the house was built in 1971, and so that's certainly something to consider. And if you noted in the plan, it's kind of built at an angle, which is a little unusual. Usually they're parallel to the street, but in this case, it's not. And I guess the one thing that I think the commission should hear more about from the applicant. I remember discussing this with the applicant over the counter, before they submitted, and then Jenny worked on the report, so I feel a little disconnected from it now. But in kind of going through it, I think the one question that should be analyzed is, why is the garage needed? Why can't it go elsewhere as the basis for the variance? So I think that's an important thing to kind of cover. Also note that the property is an acre in size, so there is some size to it. But if you approve it, we do have a few conditions. The validity period, which is pretty standard. You have to use the variance within a certain amount of time. And for the in the report, what's called the first access point, the one that they want to keep, they'll need to get a permit from the county road department. And then one of the city conditions for that would be to make sure that the first 25 feet is paved. And then that the second access point, the one they talk about kind of going on over to another property, be rendered unusable. And that's something we'd have to talk to the county about, how they do that. I don't know if you just plant a bush there, put a Jersey barrier, dig a ditch. I'm not sure, but we'll talk with them about that. And then condition 3 talks about when they want to build the new building that utilizes the two driveways, any existing gravel portion that remains needs to go away. And then number 4 is contingency upon the county access. Now, obviously, they'll need to get a permit for the second approach as well. I'm just making sure I'm not forgetting something.
Is that 31 neighbor's driveway also? It's shared, it's stated that it's shared with the neighbor.
Yeah, it's kind of shared. I think it's an informal sharing.
The neighbor, well, I guess that's a question. Do the neighbors have another driveway?
Good question. I don't know if they have two.
Yes, they do. I see a head shaking.
Okay. So that's the extent of my part.
Will the county take care of the site distance requirements on the Pittsburgh? Yeah.
Well, basically the variance says, okay, here are our standards. We're okay with that. And then the county has to be okay too.
Right.
So in order to go, both jurisdictions have to release the lever essentially.
So is it my understanding that as far as the conditions, the existing driveway approach number 2 would stay.
That's what they're asking.
Well, yeah, no, that's a good question. So the existing second and shared driveway would go away for their use, and they would put a new one in that's closer to their existing one. And that's why in the report it talks about having to remove some trees and stuff to do so.
Right.
But they want to keep driving number 1.
Yes, they want to keep number 1. Existing 2 goes away to be replaced by new 2.
And then still have the gravel that they share. So either way, we're gonna have 3 driveways.
I know.
The neighbors, the gravel that they share.
I
Maybe
thought,
4 driveways.
Number 3.
You think we'll give them a chance?
Why don't we have him come up and explain to us what he's doing?
yeah.
Okay.
That's
Could
fine.
we have the applicant come up, make his presentation?
All 6 driveways.
We need 7 driveways. This one, okay. So,
Can you
looking
state
at,
your name, please?
my name's John Leonard. I live at 34840 Pittsburgh, and I want to put a detached garage next to the house.
Great.
I don't know, what might be kind of confusing. Jacob was talking about number 1 and 2, but on the drawing, number 1 is labeled as the one that's going away, and number 2 is labeled as the one that's staying. So, I'm not sure if that was a confusion.
Oh, that's my fault. Yeah, sorry.
Anyway, so basically, the existing driveway on the northeast corner that goes up the upper right of the picture here, that exits on my neighbor's property. So we moved in about 4.5 years ago, and that driveway that goes all the way around, it was pretty well established when we moved in, and we've just stopped using it because what we do is where it says like. Can I stand up and point to this? Okay. Okay. Okay, so right now we enter right here. I have a couple like sheds and structures right here. So we come in, we turn, make this tight turn, and then pull in right in front of like a shed that we have right here. And then when we leave, we back up this way and leave this way. And I've basically just stopped using this unless we have like a large truck or something that needs to come in and deliver something where they can't back up. They'll drive all the way around like that. But for the most part, like my neighbor's driveway is right there, and they also have a loop. In fact, we drove up and down Pittsburgh Road. There's like 8 people that have loops because backing up into Pittsburgh is quite dangerous. So there's actually loops around like this. So they exit the same way, but basically once you get to this point right here, I'm on my neighbor's property. So as far as making this not usable, it's almost not really a driveway for me much anymore at all. It's the grass is grown over. When you come and you see it, it just looks like my neighbor's driveway. So as I pull in like this, you had talked about different places to put the garage, and we've wanted a garage for a few years, and we have played with this over and over and over. And our original idea was just to put the garage kind of where this concrete slab would be and to pull in, and then we could just back up and leave, and everything would have been great. The problem with that is I can't get this garage far enough this way without being way into the 20-foot setback. Because if I turn around, I just can't make that with a car. We have a minivan, it just can't make it. It would have to, I do have like a 5-point turn come in there. So without putting the garage somewhere down on the property, which would kind of defeat the purpose for me as far as having the garage somewhat close to the house to get in when it's raining, this is really the only thing we could come up with. We thought about putting it on this side too, but then we either have to use this driveway, which causes lots of problems. I have a septic over here. I would still have to drive all the way around and then create some kind of backup into my yard. So this was kind of the only thing that we really came up with where I could come in. The problem this creates is once I come in here, now I've got nowhere to back up. So the thought process was just come in here and this existing driveway, just basically push it straight out that way. Because although this looks like this, it really kind of turns right here like this. It's almost enough just to go straight out that way already if this was here. So
Why can't you just back out? It seems like you have plenty of space in front of your existing house, why can't you just,
What,
Back-
what do you mean existing? Like
well, what is in front there?
right here, I have a big concrete porch right here. I would basically have to back out into the lawn.
How much space would you have in front of the garage? Would you have enough?
Well, I mean, if you think of this as like this is the size of the garage, and this is a 24 by 20 foot, you know, platform, you can think of it as trying to turn your car around inside of a garage without running off it. I mean, it wouldn't. I would basically have to build almost that much over here, which at that point I'm almost all the way to the road again. Yeah, this is definitely not our first choice, but it was after all the things we've gone around about, this seems like the only way to get the garage next to the house and still be able to safely get in and out of the house.
So what you're saying is logistically, let's say you come in the new proposed access,
Yeah,
in
it
the
would be-
garage, and then you back up a little bit,
and then
you
just
go out the other
Right.
entrance. Okay.
correct.
I think one concern I have is you're entering Pittsburgh at a 45-degree angle. And
Well-
to check traffic to your left, you're really gonna have to.
Well, one thing to think about, this isn't to scale right here, but those trees are basically on my property line. I'm not sure I think they're a little more on my property line, but I'm not sure. But the distance between those trees and the white line of the road is 20 to 21 feet. So I can easily pull all the way out, have my nose of my vehicle, truck or minivan, way past C. I mean, it's the same as over here. Because once I pull out there, then I've got 20 feet to basically pull out straight and look.
But what if you're coming down Pittsburgh Road? That's quite an angle to come into your property.
Well, it would almost be easier because I'm coming from this direction. So I don't have to make I mean, I still have to slow down, but it'd almost be safer because I'm making less of a 90-degree turn to slow down.
But what I'm saying is, you're going the other way on
If I'm
Pittsburgh.
coming this way,
Yes.
well, then I can just pull in the other driveway, which I do already. I can just pull in, pull out this way. I mean, I imagine most of the times, I mean, I work and everything's down that way. Unless I'm going down to the Yankton store to get a burger, there's no reason I'm going that way. So,
So let me ask you this. If the planning commission were to deny, because we don't normally approve a second entrance onto one property, if the commission was to deny, how would you get in or out, or
well,
how would you reconfigure it?
If you denied it, I couldn't put the garage there. I don't know. I mean, I guess the only thing I could do is put the garage down here somewhere, which I might just not do because, I don't know. I mean, like I say, I've gone around and around. For 4 years, I've wanted a garage, and I just can't seem to find a safe place to put it. Like originally, because we pull in this way and back out, I kept trying to figure out how to put it here and get it closer and closer, and I'd rope it off, and we'd drive in, and I'd try to just as tight as I could turn in there, and I just can't do it.
Why can't you add more cement to the Pittsburgh Road side? The bulb out is what I want to call it, but it'd be used to turn around.
Like
Where the
like
number
right
24
here,
is. Go above that. Go above the gray area.
right up here.
No, gray. Down where the 24 is.
Yeah.
Yes. It'll give you,
Turning radius.
turning radius there. I'm thinking you should be able to turn around with the 24.
Yeah, this entire area is full of very, very
You're not
large,
going into the orange.
very, very, very large trees right in here.
But we're not talking about the brown area. It would seem that where the number 24 is,
The black line.
Right there.
Attach it to that.
Right up this way?
yeah. How much space would you say you have before you hit the row of trees along the
Well-
road frontage?
Make a diamond there.
Up here, like right now, the idea is that the road, you basically pull in, you'd pull out this way and go this way. Anything like above my pen there, it's just trees, and
I don't think you have to go as far as the trees. 24.
I don't have any trees on this picture here.
Attach it to the black black line above the 24 doing an angle right up to the corner of the two orange sections. Right to that corner.
Do
Where the
you have any
24 is-
pictures when you came out of that area so they kind of see what?
We
we've
have
got
them
it
right here. We have,
You really can't see that spot.
I do want to note something. There's a provision in the code, all driveways shall be at a right angle to a public or private street for at least 20 feet.
Well, it is 20 feet because it's 20 feet from the white line to my property line.
The street would be the edge of the right of way,
Right.
which is the property line.
Okay.
It could be, if there was a sidewalk there, it could be the driveway approach. But when you don't have the sidewalk, it's a little undefined. So there is a right angle standard though.
Okay. I did not know. I was not aware of that until right now.
yeah.
Do you have a picture of that? I wish I would have. Okay, so this shed right here is near where the front of the garage would be coming. So correct.
Hmm.
Where the driveway is. Where is the driveway? Is the first driveway? Yeah.
It's right.
Right, come-
Comes right down. It kind of comes down here. It actually kind of would turn right here like this.
There's a little topography there, right?
Yes, there is.
It's a hump there between, yeah. It's not flat ground. Because I was thinking, if your front of your garage was on the side of your garage where that 24 is,
Right here. Yeah, I thought about that too.
and then
But-
you'd have to lose those trees in that triangle and then back out.
You have
and
to
then-
back out onto the road. Like if
You
I
have to
put,
back
if I
just-
put this garage like right here,
Yeah.
because you can't like if I put the garage right here and I came in, then that would completely make it impossible to back up. We thought about that too, just
Yeah.
attaching it to the side of the house, and then you just come straight in and it'd be easy. But
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of great places to put the garage where I can pull into it, but I don't want to back out onto Pittsburgh.
Well, and I think that's what we're trying to explain. I think that you probably could do it as you have proposed. All you just put in is the additional turning radius in front of the garage doors,
But it's,
if you had enough space. And
You're talking about right up in here.
yes,
Yeah.
exactly,
it.
exactly. That's exactly right. And I don't think you would need that much unless you have a gigantic motorhome.
I think so either.
But that would alleviate the need for a second entrance, which
so it's
Anyway,
basically
Well, it sounds like I can't do this anyway because I can't have an angled driveway right there, right? Is that correct?
Well, I
Is
think
that what you were saying?
I think part of the variance would be, if your proposal is to have the angle, that would be part of the variance request.
could it come down and curve around? I mean, be straight for a little ways and then curve, and it doesn't have to be right angles.
So it just has to start
Sharp
from
angle.
straight right here.
So it'd be, here's the issue with the trees. That tree and that tree are large. Like this tree and this tree, they're 55 to 60 feet. These ones over here dwarf those two. So if
But-
I bring it straight down, I'm cutting that tree and a little tree right next to it down, and maybe another one.
So it's straight down from where you're coming onto Pittsburgh and then curve it. So have 100 feet, 20 feet of straight, and then turn. You'd approaching the garage at an angle. It's not straight in for sure, but
Instead of an angled line, have a curved line.
So you're just saying come
straight.
down here like this and
Yes.
turn,
Yeah,
and then turn back.
yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
I'm gonna have
it-
an
take
edge
care of
straight
you.
driveway.
Yeah, take care of your straight portion, but that doesn't solve your backing up or issue. But yeah, so that's the 20 foot. Is that orange is 20 feet?
That's 20. That's just where I cannot put a building.
So that's the 20 feet. You'd have to have it straight. So Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I think with that parameter, that changes your plan a little bit.
Yeah, yes, it
And
does.
it may be worth rethinking the location of the garage. Why don't we talk about the second driveway aspect? Whether we think that's a good idea, basically.
I mean, I currently have 2 driveways in a sense.
Yeah.
My neighbor has 2 driveways. The people down the road have 2 driveways. I mean, there's many of them on Pittsburgh Road for this exact reason. There are a lot. I mean, the whole idea, from what Jacob was saying, is the idea is that you don't have residential houses on Pittsburgh. You basically have neighborhood roads coming off. But I have a house on there, and I'm going to continue to have a house on there. So I have a loop driveway right now for a reason. I mean, they put that in years ago, and so has many other people. And it's not because I want 2 driveways. I would much rather have 1 driveway. It'll make this way easier for me. It's just a safety issue. I'm not backing up onto that road.
Yeah, what he's talking about is I talked about, with today's land divisions,
Right.
we
But
look
re-
at that stuff.
but really, if I'm not mistaken, the second driveway to the south of his property is really his neighbor's driveway. It's not his, right? He's just sharing it, or
Yeah.
shared it.
Yeah, do you have an access easement with your neighbor? No?
Yeah, so,
I know.
On the neighbor's property.
So the,
It is.
yeah.
Yeah, it exits on,
So really, you only have 1 driveway.
in a sense, yeah. Although it is, you showed me it was on the plan, that loop.
Oh, it was probably captured on our GIS information
Yeah.
because it was from digital information.
Right.
Okay,
so you couldn't bring the existing number, which one is that, number 2, into your property without taking out that tree.
This right here?
Yeah.
There's a power pole and a bunch of stuff. In fact,
Yeah.
there's a guy line that goes from this power pole that ends up with basically like a foot or 2 past this tree. So there's no way I can have anything over here. Plus there's a big metal grate and there's no
Yeah.
way going through that.
and you said you had a drain field down in that area?
No, what I'm saying is right here is
Yeah.
I'm on septic.
Yeah.
So I couldn't put the garage.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, I got back to that again. All right.
Any more questions? Okay. All right, well, we will move on if that's
Okay.
what you got.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. All right, do we have any testimony in support of this application? Seeing none, do we have any neutral testimony? Do we have anybody opposed to this application? All right. Okay, do we have any final questions? That? Okay. All right. So. Okay, now it's time for us to deliberate.
Does it have to go for condition or for road?
20.
20.
The county may have a standard like that too. It's just been too long since I worked for them.
My belief is that there's another option, that it can be turned around coming out of the garage so that he can go forward onto Pittsburgh Road and doesn't have to back out.
Can you turn your mic on?
It's on now. I agree with you. It makes sense to me to have a turnaround pad by the garage. I'm calling it a turnaround pad. I don't think that's really the right terminology, but
Sounds like there's some topography issues there. We have to do some, not super level there. That's an issue.
All right.
So then are you saying to eliminate both of these and just have the one access?
Yeah, just have this one
Parking outside.
and have a turnaround curved area here.
Oh, okay.
But this, I think where we're getting confused is the approach on the south side is really not his approach. That's the neighbor's approach. So they're really the only one we're talking about
East side.
currently is the one on the north side. And I just see it as an even exchange, the existing approach for what is now being proposed to make it easier for entrance into the new garage. I just don't really see the need for having two approaches.
So you're saying he continues to use the first approach?
No, he doesn't use the first approach. He
Not
acknowledged,
the neighbor one, I'm talking, well, second approach, whatever, that one,
no, we get rid of this one.
okay.
He no longer
That's- yeah.
would have that. He would get the new access as he's,
One driveway for this lot.
Exactly.
Okay, that's,
This proposed plan isn't correct anyway, so,
well,
because it doesn't have the 20-foot straight section anyway.
well,
but we wouldn't be, that's not our,
Yeah.
part of our deal. It's when he goes in for permit with the county.
Okay.
Is that county permit for the garage? Okay.
Oh, well, for the garage, it would be a city permit, and it would probably work with the county on access.
Okay.
But what the county road department does is when it's in our urban growth boundary, they talk to us to make sure whatever they approve we're cool with. And in this case, I mean, depending on your decision, we'll either be cool with this or not.
But you said the angle of the entrance could be part of the variance if we allowed a variance here.
It could be, yeah.
So it's not necessarily up to the building code or whatever.
And one of the conditions is contingency on the county, and if we said, okay, we can live with the angle, but the county says we can't, then that's going to trump the angle. I think it's R10.
Well, I haven't actually heard that topographically it couldn't do it. It's just that you have to cut some trees down necessarily to have a turnaround.
Well, what if the approach came to the left of all those trees? Or he didn't show them all, he said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
but there are some. I mean, I was
it's
out there
heavily right here.
I mean,
yesterday
I mean,
and visited the
eventually have
site.
to lose
There
some
are-
trees to do it if he has to.
I don't think so. I mean, I didn't go out there and count 'em.
That's the problem.
So we need a motion?
So we're talking two things here. We're talking about the proposed access at an angle or straight. Do we want to be part of the variance?
So my motion would be to deny the variance based on the fact that another opportunity or option is available.
You mean the variance of two accesses?
Two accesses. Right. I mean, if we're only, if the access were only for one driveway, and we were getting rid of the existing northern access, I would have no problem with that. But it's having the two entrance exit points I'm opposed to. And I'm not even talking about the neighboring access point, because that's not really on his property. It might be a little bit, but it's primarily on the neighbor's property.
I will second your motion.
Okay, we've had a motion and seconded to deny the variance. Oh, sorry, I was reading. All right. Do we, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. we deny the variance.
Did I hear a nay vote? Were we all
I heard
unanimous?
one out there, but
Okay.
not from us.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I thought that was someone up there. Okay.
Just additional. Okay, so. uh,
You might explain that it can be appealed. Can it be appealed?
Yes.
I'm getting there.
Oh,
I lost myself here. Sorry
oh,
about
I'm
that.
sorry.
Okay. Okay. That one. The final written decision of the planning commission may be appealed to the city council. The notice of the decision will be mailed to all persons who testified or submitted comments, and the appeal deadline will be included in the notice. Thank you.
And then a motion for signature.
So moved.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded.
Those in favor?
Aye.
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 Nays? Okay. Approved.
The guy.
Okay.
It's a conundrum, guys.
Still learning.
Sorry.
All right, we got a condition that's,
It's possible to rethink this and wind up with a good project. It's just, this doesn't go far.
okay, it's now 7:36. The public hearing is now open. This is a quasi-judicial land use hearing. The subject of this hearing is a request for a conditional use permit. Subject property is identified of County Assessor's Map Lot 704 on Map 4N1W-5DD. The applicant is Multitech Engineering Services Incorporated. The owner is St. Helens Land Company, LLC. Because quasi-judicial proceedings require observance of certain procedural formalities, we'll take a few moments to cover some preliminary matters and required statements. Does any member of the commission wish to declare ex parte or conflict of interest or bias in this matter?
No.
Hearing none? Okay. Is anyone from the audience subject to the ability of a commissioner to make a fair decision? Hearing none? Okay. Generally, the order of proceedings will be as follows. Required statements, staff report, applicant's presentation, those in favor, neutral, and opposed. Rebuttal by the applicant, final questions, close of the record, and deliberations and decisions. The following statements are required to be made at the commencement of the hearing pursuant to the City Code ORS 197.7635. Following is a list of applicable substantive criteria for this decision. St. Helens Municipal Code 17.100.0401A-F. All testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed towards the applicable substantive criteria as described or other criteria in the plan, such as a comprehensive plan or land use regulations, such as found in the Development Code, which the person believes applies to the decision. Failure to raise an issue, including constitutional or other issues relating to the proposed condition of approval in this hearing in person or in writing, or failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the approving authority and the opportunity to respond to the issue, precludes appeal to LUBA and the Land Use Appeals Board on that issue, and precludes any action for damages in certain circuit court. Okay, Jacob.
So, details. A lot of them in this case. Naturally, we're dealing with 7 3/4 acres and 204 apartment complex with 18 buildings. So there's a lot going on. This is in Lot 5 of the newly Crescent Mansion subdivision. The location, as you can see on the maps in your report, along Matson, McBride, and the newly Braden Street. I'm sure you remember the subdivision. That wasn't too long ago, as well as the zone change. So the zone change was successful. It's now general commercial, which enabled the applicant to apply for the multi-dwelling units, which is just our fancy way of saying apartments. Now, one of the things in here, so this is a conditional use permit, your decision. It's not a council recommendation. I got comments from ODOT the day after this report was done. And so when we get into the conditions, I'll have some new recommendations based on discussion and comments from ODOT. I also gave a plan set to the fire marshal on August 3rd, and he said he was going to try to be here. But the way, when you're the one fire marshal for 2 fire districts, and someone who has expertise in wildland fire, you're spread pretty thin. So we didn't get any comments from him. But I'm sure addressing will be something that he'll want to see, and that's kind of a natural part of the process. So I think, obviously this is a large proposal. There's a lot going on. I tried to use different colors of my font to help you understand when there was an issue of particular concern. And then in the conditions, I used a blue font just to help explain, well, here's where we're at. And I think if we just go through the conditions, which in and of itself is voluminous, I think that will kind of cover some of the issues that we noticed upon review. I will note a lot of these issues we attempted to get the applicant to address them satisfactorily as part of the deemed complete process, but unfortunately, they weren't as responsive as they could have been for that.
I have to tell you, Jacob, in all the years I've been on the commission, I think this is the most conditions that I've ever seen come before
Yeah.
on one item.
And how many years have you been on the?
So, for a few.
Wow, I don't know if that's a record to have, but it's a lot. It's a big project, a lot of details.
Are you multi-task? Would you like to take and redo these? Would you like to redo these and get them up to?
Let's wait for him to come up.
And so, I know most of the people in the audience are probably here for this, so I'm going to explain what we're doing, because this will probably sound kind of drab and boring for a while. So when we have these kind of permits, they're either approved, denied, or approved with conditions. And what I'm going to discuss with the Planning Commission are the various conditions that we're considering. And some of them, could go different ways depending on how the Planning Commission wants to see it. And I think that'll help kind of cover some of the details. But just understand that's the first part of this, and you'll have an opportunity to talk if you so choose. So page 27, condition 1. It's valid for a certain time. That means they need to get their development permits within a certain amount of time. Otherwise, the permit goes away. Condition 2, and condition 2 is a lot of pages. These are the things that we need before development or building permit issuance. I'm going to go ahead and give you a copy of some of these recommended conditions based on our ODOT comments.
So these are new.
These are new.
Thank you.
Add to the simplicity.
Thank you.
Okay, 2A, final plans submitted with development or building permit issuance. So a lot of times, we review these and we see, a few little things we need to have corrected. And that's the condition, that's typically why we have this condition. Okay, final plans, we need some revisions. And you don't always get all the details at this planning level. but we have 2A through, and I actually got to Z on these. So 2A.
No double little A?
No, it didn't get to the little A's. Yeah.
Okay.
So total footprint of all buildings. The reason we put that in there is the narrative didn't change, even though new buildings were added, the covered parking. That was frustrating, to be honest. So we need to make sure that the total footprint is identified. The plans also show improvements to Lot 4. This does not approve any improvements to Lot 4. We do not want to see anything on there, any conceptual improvements. There's some legal cases about that where there's improvement shown, and then an applicant says, well, you reviewed this and approved it. We want to make sure it's very clear that this does not approve anything for Lot 4 except for shared access, which there is some shared access. C, street trees, that's pretty basic. Note that there are several trees, especially along McBride, that are proposed to be preserved that will qualify as street trees. As far as the trees preserved, that's where the bulk of them are at. Buffering, there are buffering requirements, and 2AD talks about buffering from the R7 detached single-family dwelling property at 165 McBride. There was nothing in the report that covered that specifically, and that means there's not something for anybody to look at, and so we're saying that the in lieu of option shall not be allowed. So there's a prescribed option for buffering, which, you know, it says, okay, bushes, trees, this feet, and then there's in lieu of option, which says, you know, the director approval authority can approve something in lieu if it affords the same buffering. Even though the narrative said there was a detailed landscape plan, that was not the case at all.
I have a question for you, Jacob.
Sure.
So the sheer number of these conditions is reflective because there was less information in the plans, and so to make sure that these things are covered, the conditions are added?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, we want to make sure it complies with our code, and so we react to what's provided to us.
Yeah.
That's these conditions. So landscaping screening from the parking lots, that's E. F talks about condition 5, which is screening of mechanical units, basically, which is a pretty standard thing. G talks about condition 6, which is your trash enclosure stuff. And it also says plans shall be consistent. We noted that there was a detail in the trash enclosure in the site plan, which didn't really, they didn't talk to each other properly, so we want to make sure they're consistent. Now, this is where we start discussing about location. So our code talks about the trash area being in a central and visible location to enhance security for visitors. And so they have it proposed. This cursor doesn't show up that well, but I think you can see it moving. Yeah, that's more visible. Yeah, they're on both screens. So they propose it there. So that's, if you feel that that's adequate to meet what the code talks about in a central visible location, then we don't need to add anything. But if you feel that that doesn't meet the intent of the code, you would want to add a condition that specifies that it be equidistant from all buildings as possible. Because then if you have an equidistant standard, it's going to be central. So that's something to chew on. H talks about the landscaping of parking lot islands. So for every 7 spaces, you're supposed to have a parking lot island, and there's specific landscaping requirements for those. So that's something we want to see. The minimal amount of accessible spaces shall be included. There was a little bit, yeah, there are extra copies of these plans in paper form if anybody wants to see that. The plans were a little deficient on disabled person parking, and then they proposed, so there was some garages proposed, and one of them was supposed to be, well, it looks like it was supposed to meet one of the disabled person spaces, and one of the conditions, one of the sentences here say that they cannot be used for that. We disagree using that as a disabled person space. J, at least the minimal off-street parking, and the proposed garages shall not count as off-street parking. So it's a little deficient on the parking requirements. And by 20-something, I think if you don't include the garages, 25 if I remember right. And I know that's going to be a concern of the neighbors, so that's pretty important. The reason why we don't feel that the garages should count as off-street parking is if you're a tenant, chances are there's going to be an extra fee for the garage. It's not provided by default. It's an extra benefit, and so we don't think that flies. The other thing to consider with off-street parking is visitor parking and compact versus standard spaces. So our code allows up to 40% of all spaces to be compact. And we didn't see an issue with that. But the visitor parking, and I think that's supposed to be 15%, don't take my word for it, but a certain percentage is supposed to be for visitors. And of the visitor parking, 79% of those are compact. And so another question for the commission, if you think that, is that distribution just, or do you think it's unfairly skewed? So that's an important thing to look at. K, at least the minimal bike parking. We noted that the plans identified 22 racks, but I could only find 21. Now here's another potential addition. Well, it's one we have written in here. You could strike it if you didn't feel it was necessary. But this is a large proposal. And what our code says is that the bike parking shall be covered if possible. And what I say in the report is, well, it's possible if you require it. It's a large proposal, and it seems like you would want to have covered bike parking on the outside. There are some that are going to be under stairwells, but the bulk are outside. So that's K. L just talks about making sure you identify your parking, your compact and visitor parking. M talks about the since some off-street or the off-street parking has canopies, there's a vehicle clearance requirement. N talks about making sure your directions or your access aisles are marked to indicate flow. O, this is a significant one. So 1796-180 sub 3 talks about exterior elevations. And, it talks about you're supposed to meet 2 out of 3 standards, offsets or indents of 8 feet, and then roof features every 30 feet. I didn't explain it very well, but it's in the report. And when we looked at that closely, based on our review, and the applicant's narrative just said they meet. It didn't really get into it. So, okay, well, I guess we're going to have to review that and make our own interpretation. And based on my review of it, only buildings 3, 9, and 15 technically meet the standard. 3 out of 17 is 18%. So this is a tough one. I mean, the buildings are interesting. The idea is that you don't just have a block, a boring block like the old school projects. My concern is the Fair Housing Act. The Fair Housing Act says that for residential structures, you're supposed to have clear and objective standards. Let's say the standard was, this should be a place Buck Rogers would want to live. Well, what's the standard for that? So when it's nebulous like that, let's say you had a vendetta against apartments. You could say, nope, Buck Rogers won't live here, we deny it. And so the purpose of having clear and objective standards is so you can't use those kind of things to deny a proposal. Now, in this case, if you were to say, okay, we feel that the buildings meet the intent of the code, they're not going to appeal it because you're approving it. My concern is consistency of law and the visibility of this project. So let's say you approve it as is, and I might be being a little paranoid because I live and breathe this stuff every day. Not everybody thinks like me because they're not in the same position. But let's say we have, in the next few years, other multi-dwelling projects, and you approved that one based on it meeting the intent, and it could result in clear and objective standards becoming a gray area. And there's that potential, which provides some discomfort. Would it happen? I don't know. But that's kind of the issue there. We did note that in our deemed complete letter, and they did swap out a couple buildings, but they still didn't address the standards explicitly. And so you could approve it, because the way this is written now is, okay, well, we need revisions to demonstrate that it complies. But one of the things I add is the plan shall be accompanied by a narrative that explicitly explains how each and every building type meets this. It shall detail which of the standards are being met and how. So we don't just have a vague statement, they approve it. So that's that. P, additional vegetative buffering between the subject property and highway commercial to the east. So what we're talking about here is the parking spaces. There's about 7 of them on the east side of building 12 right here. So the property line is right there. And you see they kind of have this shared access concept. And the code talks about buffering, and there's a few ways you could do it. You could say, well, it's mostly buffered, so who cares? You could try to meet some middle ground where you have some parking spaces, but you have more than just the landscape islands, 1 every 7 spaces. One concept I had in here is that you had at least 3 of those there, and that would help provide a little bit of buffer. Or you could just say, you prohibit those to be parking spaces, and you require that to be a buffer. Because this is the division line between general commercial and highway commercial. And you have to imagine that you're a resident in these buildings, which are three-story buildings. And so you do have, a number of units right there. And what are they going to look out there, and how's their quality of life going to be? So that's P. There's a lot of ways you can go with that. It also relates to a standard in a code which talks about defining public and semi-public areas. And having these parking spaces be here, unless they're signed for apartment, whatever the apartments are going to be called, only, that could be a conflict with the designation of space as well. So Q talks about usable open space. So there's a variety of types of landscaping. There's your buffering landscaping. There's your screening. and then there's your usable open space. And we wanted to make sure that that was calculated so that it meets the area. I think it would be. There's a lot of open space proposed, but we just want to make sure the final plans characterize that properly. So condition R, this gets into the public, semi-public, and private areas. So, you know, these parking spaces, and then the other thing, given that, is if you see, so these garages, they have to be for the benefit of the residents of the apartment complex, because mini storage is a prohibited use in general commercial. It's an industrial use only in St. Helens. So it has to be accessory and secondary to that use. And in this case, they're proposing that the vehicular access be from the highway commercial side. And it becomes a question, does that properly designate that placemaking for those garages in relation to the apartment complex or not? And you might be able to do it with the signage. And then one thing, and it could be an extreme measure, you could prohibit them altogether. So R could go a lot of different places, but what that's addressing is the definition of public, semi-public, and private areas. S, this talks about the distances between buildings, the distances of walkways from buildings, whether or not you have a windowed wall or a non-windowed wall. And a lot of the standards were met. Some of them were close, and one was a little off. So a pretty common case is where the walkway is supposed to be a certain distance from a windowed wall at the ground level. And I think it's 7 feet from living room windows. But a lot of cases, it was 2 feet off, but a 6-foot sidewalk is proposed. Now, our minimum sidewalk width, at least within the property, not along the street, is 4 feet. And it's a matter of, well, do you look at that standard as how close people are walking in proximity to the window, or just how much air, light, and space you have beyond the window? And I was a little torn on that because obviously it's a large project. You're going to have a lot of people, which would benefit from wider sidewalks. And so 6-foot sidewalks would be a benefit. But this is a case where the applicant could just say, well, okay, well, we'll just go down to 4 feet. And, you know, I don't know if 4 feet would be the best because you got 2 people on a strollers walking side by side. They can't get it away from each other or get by each other. So is the 6-foot sidewalk okay? That's one question. There's also some cases where it's only 6 inches off. That's pretty close, and so that's something you may be able to forgive. The one place that it was a little more off was up here. By building 9, the standards were about 20% off, and I think that's where we would, at the very least, need to make the correction. So that's that. T, that just talks about total landscaping required. U. Now, when we get to condition U, we talk about the city's accessory structure rules. And the way staff views it, these garage structures are accessory structures. They can't be principal structures based on the use, the zoning, as I mentioned. And so this condition says that the proposed garages shall not exceed 1,000 gross floor area each. And those, I think, were around 2,000, if I remember. And since they're supposed to be for the benefit of the residences shall be centrally located or evenly distributed so as to be equidistant as possible from all multi-dwelling buildings, not tucked away to the side. But another thing for consideration is prohibition, in which case you would change it. V, off-street parking spaces adjacent to parking islands shall not be covered. So, as you could see on the plans that there are covered parking proposed, and my concern is there should be a little more air, light, and space for the benefit of the trees. And so if you have the landscape island and then each parking space is not covered along it, gives you more space for that. It should minimize maintenance issues and the temptation for future apartment managers to want to cut the trees down, which I've seen for older apartments, and we want to try to minimize that. Another thing that's not in your written in your report, but it's something I thought about, is you can mandate that those uncovered places be visitor parking, because there's a question, visitor parking didn't seem very distributed throughout the site, and that would help force the issue. Of course, you wouldn't have to require more visitor parking than required, so it'd be up to the maximum if it reaches that. So that's something to consider on V, in addition to what's written there. W is just a placeholder. We put that there because one of the things we have to look at for accessory structures, if they are similar in style and materials as the principal building. And we didn't have floor plan or elevation of those, but we did get an illustration, an image of them. And they're pretty basic because it's basically just a roof and poles. If you found that that was close enough architecturally, then we could live with that. But if you had a problem with it, that's why we had condition W there. X talks about tree replacement. There's going to be a lot of trees to be replaced because there's a lot being lost. Y talks about a protection program for the trees to be kept. So the trees to be kept, they're mostly along McBride here. There are a couple here centrally located, and then there was one down here along Braden Street, if I remember that right. And then Z, the joint mailbox facility, and of course we need to make sure the postmaster is happy with that too. So that brings us to condition 2B. These are our engineering plans, basically our civil plans. And that's for our abutting streets, for our street improvements, which will be a part of this for all surrounding public streets. Now, McBride and Matson are improved, and so we're looking at frontage improvements there. For Braden Street, we're looking at the frontage improvement plus 12, so it's a half street plus 12. And these were conditions from the Matson subdivision that are being carried over. The other thing we want to see in the civil plans is this intersection to be built out, street lights, and then anything for the city utilities. They are proposing water line through here and extensions on several of the streets to serve the apartments. So 2C is our drainage and stormwater plan. That's a typical condition. D, so as part of the Matson subdivision, and I was a little worried this was going to happen, they had a shared access agreement. And as part of that agreement, they had this concept for this lot. And it's one of the attachments in your report. But what the access easement, which has been recorded, doesn't do is acknowledge these parking spaces or the access to the garage. And so if this plan stays like this, that has to be updated. So that's 2D. 2E talks about getting us legal description for all public infrastructure within the subject property. We want that before the building permit is issued. So we have that in place to make sure they can be recorded once the utilities are installed where per plans. Now 2F talks about the traffic impacts. So large project, we did have a traffic impact analysis. And not surprisingly, Gable Road, the US 30 Gable Road intersection worsens. It becomes a little more problematic. And so what this talks about is the applicant paying their proportional share of a project that's in our transportation systems plan. I think it's going to be comparable to what the medical office here would pay, which was, it may be a little bit more, but they were under 4,000, so it wasn't a huge amount. But when talking to ODOT, the traffic analysis is not final. So this is why I have your additional conditions that the applicant complete the traffic impact analysis. And then my guess is that there wouldn't be additional impacts other than the US 30 and Gable intersection. And when I say impacts, meaning that it goes beyond our operational standards. Everything else falls within the operational standards, but we don't know until we have that final one. And so you can see there's a couple options there. And one of them is a little harsh. You can deny it based on that, or if you approve it tonight, have the condition that a new public hearing before the Planning Commission will be required if new operational impacts are identified, and that the Planning Commission reserves the right to impose additional conditions. At least if you feel like you can approve it tonight, that gets the applicant to be able to move, because I know they're anxious to get building. And then the second new condition under 2 would be that the applicant obtain approval of an ODOT road approach permit application. And so what that is because there is shared access from US 30, ODOT wants to analyze this access right here. And when I spoke to them, what could happen is this could be controlled more. The medical office facility, it's approved through them. And I think it was a ride out only, if I remember right. Don't take my word for it though. But this could result in it being ride in, ride out only, or worst case scenario, they could require to install a median here to prevent turning movements. In any case, we need to make sure ODOT's happy because they're proposing to use that. So condition 3, stuff we want to have happen before occupancy of the buildings. So of course, 3A, all improvements are supposed to be in place. Easements have to be recorded. And then another proposed one, given the comments from ODOT, and this is on, again, your extra sheet. All mitigation, if any, required by ODOT shall be completed before occupancy. And one thing, given my discussion with ODOT, what they don't want to see is that approach being used before the ODOT mitigation is in place. And so that's why we had the additional sentence that temporary occupancy is expressly prohibited. We want to make sure that's very clear, and that no occupancy happens until that ODOT stuff is resolved. So that brings us to condition 4. That just talks about lot 4 not approving any use for that. 5 is the screening of mechanical units. 6 is the refuse areas are supposed to be screened. A lot of this is kind of typical conditions we have. Number 7. So in the plans showed a business rental in the recreation building. So there's 18 buildings here. 17 of them are 3-story apartment buildings. This one right here is the recreation building to serve the tenants. So a good amenity, a pool, spa. and in the plans it talked about this business rental. And I'm not sure what that was for. There was a little bit of talk of it in the applicant's narrative, but we just wanted to make sure we kind of covered that in condition 7 about zoning, and we reserve the right to permit anything. Probably wouldn't be an issue, but I like to cover all my bases. Number 8 is a condition that talks about the garages, to just an added condition to reinforce our basic zoning that they're supposed to be available only for the tenants of the complex, noting that mini storage is prohibited, and use by non-tenants would mean it's not secondary and illegal. Of course, if you prohibit them, then we would just delete that condition. 9, artificial lighting is not supposed to glare into streets or roads. That's a typical one. 8, 10 talks about signage. You need sign permit for a sign. 11 is utilities are supposed to be underground. That's typical. 12. So 12 talks about public trees. So when we have trees in public rights of way, you're supposed to have permission from the city. And if you noted one of my attachments, there is a large cluster of trees down here. We just want to make sure those all, obviously some are going to have to go for the street, and that's fine. But we want to make sure the ones that don't need to be wiped out aren't. And so that's why we have condition 12. Number 13, like I said, we didn't get comments from the fire marshal, but we know the fire marshal usually has a concern, and so we have our typical, any requirement the fire marshal shall be met. 14 is just a general, federal, state permits are your issue, not the city's. And then number 15 is our catch-all. Owner applicants still have to comply with the code. And that's what I got.
Take a breath. I need a breath. I have 3 questions.
Sure.
The garages do not presently meet heights. They're above the height restriction, right?
Well, if they don't count as off-street parking, then that is a moot point.
Okay.
For the vehicle clearance?
Right.
Yeah. If you felt like they should count as off-street parking, then that vehicle clearance would count.
So if we got rid of the garages, how many additional parking spaces would we pick up? Did you make any calculation on that?
I believe it's about 25 deficient, and you see that there's 2 right there,
Right.
and you could probably rearrange some stuff and get them to fit there.
So at least 25. 1 for 1.
More or less.
Okay.
But the other question is, if you lose these 7, then it could be a little bit here and maybe elsewhere too.
Well, and the other question I have is, if you were, first of all, I don't understand why they're located there. They don't seem to be part of any of the specific buildings. They just seem to be an afterthought. But my question is, if they were just became regular parking spaces, because there aren't units around them, what do they serve? Can they be counted as resident parking, or would they have to be counted as off-street parking or visitor parking?
Well, they're within the site, and so they can count towards your off-street parking. And they're within the distance that that off-street parking is supposed to be from the apartments. And so it's not.
So it's not like they're out in an island by themselves.
Yeah, it's not a question of
Just
can they count as off-street parking for the complex, but it's the question of the delineation of public, semi-public, and private spaces.
right.
And based on that design, is it alien in respects to that standard or not?
Right. The other question I had was our code. Does our code talk at all about parking canopies? As far as the structure, how they're supposed to be made, or how much weight they're allowed to have on them? As far
That's going to be building code.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And the other question I had was, is there anything as far as the city code on the number of receptacles that would be required for a proposal of this magnitude?
Receptacles?
That's what
Trash receptacles.
Oh,
Because right now, my understanding is we only have one for this entire complex.
yeah, I didn't see anything. The code talks about, there's a size requirement and that it be centrally and visibly located. And the size, obviously the bigger the complex, the bigger the enclosure. I think the idea is you have a central area that people
Right.
put their stuff for garbage pickup.
But usually in complexes that I've seen, especially large ones, you have several areas within the complex so that, you might have several of the units sharing, one area for their garbage and recyclables. You don't have one for an entire complex. And I wondered if the city has a code or some kind of requirement that so many.
Yeah, not that I remember, but remember, this is a conditional use permit.
All right, so we can make new law, basically.
Yeah.
All right.
And size of the garbage is, they can cycle in the pickup times every other day or whatever too, so it's not about the size of the container.
No, I'm not talking about the size of the container.
All right.
I'm
The
talking about the location.
there's only
You only have,
Yeah, well, that's coming up because of the
Right.
distance part. Okay,
Right.
Is
great.
there access to these garages? I mean, if Legacy puts up a hedge all the way along there.
Well, you as proposed, this is the vehicular access is on the US 30 side, and then the Matson side is via walkway here.
Well, I understand that, but it's a parking lot for the other facility.
Yeah, and that's when I talk about the
It's like a hole in the hedge.
the delineation of public, semi-public, and private. It's a little weird in respect to that standard.
This is the entrance.
It just doesn't work.
And that's why we had one of those placeholder conditions if you wanted to address that.
All right. Well done, okay.
my questions are.
Could we have the applicant make his presentation?
Oh, I don't think so. Maybe they will. I don't know. There wasn't anything.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Mark Grenz. I'm with Multitech Engineering.
Would you mind
We're-
tapping that to see if it's on? You sound quiet. Okay, I think that's on.
Maybe I have to talk more into it. I can't remember if that's the case.
Yeah, you got to get pretty close.
I wear hearing aids, and I think I've explained it to you before when I've been here. So I hear me pretty well, so sometimes I don't know what other people can hear. So I understand the staff report and the way it's presented, and there appears to be a significant amount of areas where our plan doesn't comply with your standards, and there are some minor areas where I can see that. I think part of it may be how we've interpreted some of your standards relative to these plans, as opposed to how staff has, and if we didn't provide adequate explanations for how we were trying to do that, I apologize for that. Maybe one of the first things to talk about is about the garages. We didn't note anywhere in the city standards where garages were not allowed to count for parking spaces, for off-street parking spaces. We find in the different projects that our client has done that they have a certain number of tenants that request the ability to have enclosed parking made available to them. So on pretty much all of the projects that we do, we provide some form of garages on the site and make them available to those tenants that wish to have that opportunity. Now, I don't know whether the client charges them additional fee for that opportunity versus whether that's just first come first to get them. So I can't address that particular aspect of it. But that's the purpose of the garages. They're located in the area that they are because they aren't necessarily going to be utilized by people to meet the primary parking space that they're going to be looking for. And the way the standard is set out, of course, as you know, there's more than one parking space per unit being provided on the site. So the ability for someone to have that accessory parking that they want to take advantage of located somewhere other than immediately in front of their unit is available. If the garages are creating a lot of concern by the Planning Commission, then we can clearly deal with that in a different manner. If you choose to eliminate them, then that area would be replaced with parking. And Commissioner Cohen is correct. You could take 21 garages and replace it with 25 parking spaces. So, because a garage width is 10 feet and a parking space is 9, and they're dimensionally different. I did note, although it's difficult to find in my staff memos, that we do have the required number of accessible parking spaces, not counting the garage. It's just difficult always to spot those. We have 8 identified on the site plan as opposed to 7. The reason that one of the garages is identified as an accessible garage is because if we do provide garages on the site, 2% of whatever amenities that we provide on the site has to be accessible. So in this case, a minimum of 1 garage would have to be designated accessible in order to comply with the fair housing standards. So that's why it's there. It wasn't intended to meet the minimum number of accessible parking spaces that are required based on the number of parking spaces that we have on site. As you know, with this process has come before you, this project has come before you on multiple occasions with the different parts that have been trying to be created here. We have been somewhat creative here in terms of how we utilize the site in terms of both access and parking, and the concerns that were raised relative to parking that's over in the vicinity of building 12 and the garage there. We intended to deal with that with signage in order to make sure that they weren't considered to be part of the public parking or the general parking that would be utilized for the retail portion of the site as opposed to that. But that's a signage issue that would be dealt with there. But in any event, we can deal with it however the Planning Commission thinks is to the best interest of the project. The issues that came up here relative to from ODOT are a bit surprising to us in that we had not heard from ODOT that our TIA has not yet been signed off by them. Because they have had it since June, and my traffic consultant has had discussions with ODOT, so I was under the impression that all of their requirements or desires for the TIA had been met. Apparently that based on what your planning staff is saying, that hasn't been the case, but we were under the impression that they had. We have a road approach permit from ODOT for what you see on the plan for the connection out there to Highway 30. Our plans have been approved by ODOT, and we have a permit for that. And that was based on information that was provided to ODOT relative to not just the medical facility, but also the apartment. But again, if the TIA has not been signed off, there's always the potential that ODOT could come back with other requirements to be placed on it. But we do have that, and I think staff has a copy of that. At least the engineering staff has a copy of that.
Yeah, they approved it for the medical office, but per my discussion with ODOT, it wasn't approved for the apartments, which could result in bigger and badder restrictions.
Yeah, I suppose that's the case. Like I said, when we provided the information to them, it was based on the plan that we had for the site, and the TIA that had been provided, not just the medical building. But in any event, I understand what staff is outlining for those conditions, and we're okay with them because I think we're in pretty good shape with ODOT relative to that, because we spent quite a bit of time with ODOT leading into this. If I may, I'm gonna the issues like that are there relative to things like covered bike parking stuff. We provided, as staff outlined, a third of our spaces are covered. They're placed underneath in the stairwells. There's to be locked and secured in that place. So we didn't anticipate covering all the bicycle parking spaces, but should the commission desire that they be covered, we can do so. With the carports that we have shown on the project, we hadn't anticipated that they'd be considered accessory structures. We've not had carports in other jurisdictions be considered accessory structures. So the design that we have for the carports is a pretty generic metal. And if Jenny, if you could put up the photo, the bottom one there, please. This is the photo that's in the staff report, and it shows the carports. And I put this photo up for you because we'll talk about this in relative to the buildings themselves in terms of the architectural elements and the way the buildings are offset, which we think would comply with your standards. But that's the profile for the carports. They're pretty minimal because they're relatively flat, so they don't take much visual space there. But that's what we propose. That's what we build in other jurisdictions. And like I said, I hadn't considered them as an accessory structure in that respect. So we didn't attempt to address the criteria that they have to match the buildings in materials and appearance. I think I am confused on the criteria relative to exterior elevations, and how to apply what staff believes is clear and objective standards, because I'm not positive that we interpreted it the same way. And Jenny, if you could put up let's go with the top with the second one down, please. That one there, please. So this shows buildings 1, 5, and 6 that were talked about by staff there. We, as you see the projections there on the way the building is set out, the building as you move from left to right has an 8-foot or greater jog in it to an entryway, which then jogs even further in, which we would believe would meet your criteria of A, and then the building comes across, and then there's another recessed entry, and then the building jogs back out again. So in our interpretation, that 100-foot long building has four elements, 4A elements that apply to the front of the building, and we have two 8-foot recesses in the back on the rear elevation. So we think we have two of those that apply in there. And then if you, Jenny, I'm sorry to keep bothering you, but if you could go back to that and pick the, I believe it's the top one of there. Yes, please. That shows the building, and then now I've highlighted some other elements that apply there, which is the offsets that we have in the roofs. The roof heights change from as you profile across the building, and those differences are more than 3 feet. Plus, we have the roof offsets for the entry areas there as you go across. So, with that, we believe it's our interpretation that the building has 6 variations that are C along the front and 4 A's. So that would clearly comply. And in the back, we have 2 A's and 3 C's. And I think we did not understand the criteria to mean that every 30 feet you had to have 2. That the goal was that you were utilizing 2 of the 3 different criteria in order to meet the standard throughout the process of the building, as opposed to the equivalent of each 30 feet you had to have a variation in roof, and you had to have some variation in front. We didn't interpret it that way. That's how the plans were set out. And then, so that could be an error on our part that we didn't understand that correctly. And then Jenny, if we could look at the other ones to talk the floor plans for buildings 410, and then that one right there, please. This is another situation where our buildings have recessed entryways across the front. The building has an 8-foot jog in it in the center, so the half the building is offset by 8 feet from the other half of the building. And then we have 8-foot decks in the back, and 8-foot, and we have 8-foot jogs in the building. So the combination of all those things provides more than the number of elevation features that we thought were required for the building. And that's the way all the buildings were set out. There's one building type configuration in here that doesn't match that, and that's buildings 13 and 14, which we call them our quad building, which are more rectangular in shape, but they have an awful lot of architectural features to the exterior of them that break them up a lot, but they do have the decks recessed in there. So Jenny, if we could go back to the photo then one more time, please. So this particular project is one we just finished over in Forest Grove, and the offsets in these buildings are only 4 foot instead of 8 foot for the difference in the building splits and stuff. But you can see the features that they're not just a linear building. They have features to them, break them up. And I'm going to step away from the mic for just a second here. This particular building is the quad building that I've talked about where it has good features and architecture pop-outs to it. That's the non-deck side, and the deck side you can't see what the deck side is on the opposite side. So that was what we were trying to do, which we felt was to meeting the intent of what you were trying to get away from, which was the boxy style, long wall elevations without breaks and offsets in them. So that's like I said, we may have misinterpreted the way that standard was intended to be applied. And I guess am I misinterpreting? That's what I'm asking. Am I misinterpreting, or are there more than one way to interpret that criteria?
Well, it wasn't explained really at all in the narrative.
No, and I apologize for that part. I'm just saying, having seen my explanation, and then the reason I ask that, because it may make it easier for everybody to believe that we can or can't comply with that standard if the way I'm interpreting it is one way it could be interpreted, or if it's very rigid, it's simply two of these things have to be every 30 feet, because I didn't take it that way.
Well, in the report, it breaks down what we saw and didn't see.
Yeah, that was one of the things I looked at. So if you look in the report on page 13, where it talks about building 4, and building 4 was one of those that I had up, where in your approach to it, in the summary for buildings 4, 10, 11, 12, you say the front elevations meet none of the criteria, and that clearly isn't the case. No matter how you interpret it, it meets some of the criteria, because it has recesses and offsets in the entryways and the building itself, and the rear, it says it only meets C, which is the roofs, and again, that's not the case, because we have decks that are 8 feet deep that project out and recess in. Now, again, if the intent is that it's a total 8 foot recess, or it's a total 8 foot projection, and not a combination thereof, and that offsets in the building, splitting the buildings in pieces, meaning like we did, doesn't count. Moving the floor area back here from this area doesn't count as a feature. If that's the case, then that's why I say I'm not sure that. So when I went through the report and looked at when you went through building by building, and I looked at it and said, well, that's not how I was approaching it. And clearly I don't understand why it says it meets none if it has those things. So that's why I'm asking for clarification, so I can understand.
Sure. Well, when I was looking at it, so these are 104 feet long, and it's split down the middle, so you have that 8 foot there. And then I wasn't counting the stair recess.
Would that be an A? Recesses meaning decks, patios, entrances, floor area. I mean, wouldn't that count? That's the entrance into all the units. Doesn't that count? Or
Could. I mean, this is a discussion.
I mean, I guess that's why I'm asking. See, so when we talk about, you talk about these, the use of clear and objective standards, and then I'm going back and I'm trying to see, and already I can see where you could have multiple interpretations.
Sure.
Of that. So once you do that, they become not clear and objective anymore.
Sure, yeah.
And so that makes it easier for the planning commission to move away from them, and it also makes them less applicable in rigidity, because they become interpretive. So that's why I was trying to figure out, did I not interpret it right, or did I just not explain it right, or?
You could look at that, and so you could argue that A is met. As far as recesses,
and my question about the decks. So I have 8 foot decks,
but they're not eight. They don't stick out 8 feet from the wall.
They don't. That's so part of it's recessed and part of it's, but overall there's more than 8 foot. There's 8 feet here. There's an 8 foot offset, and there's if that's not achieving the goal, then I need to understand that so that I can adjust the building configurations to match that, because we're visualizing this. The goal is to create these offsets in the structure, in the features that you see both in and out. And as long as, and that the criteria trying to be achieved was 8 feet. So we've achieved 8 feet, we just didn't do it all in, or we didn't do it all out. But it's
It's a hybrid.
and I can't tell whether in the standard, whether the only way you can achieve it is to be 8 feet in or 8 feet out.
Well, it's 2 of 3. So you have the 8-foot recess, the 8-foot extension, or the offsets in the roof.
So my deck projects 8 feet out from the wall, from the access way, but not from all the building. So it has to be a full 8 projection out from.
And that's the rear there on
Yeah.
that side, the
Yeah.
top side.
And I apologize for doing this here and taking every time. I'm just trying to make sure I understand, because I think it's important for you to understand where we were coming from and this what we were trying to do, and not just blowing off the standard.
Yeah, so when I looked at it, I considered those 4-foot extensions
Okay.
because they're extending 4 feet from the wall, the exterior wall.
Okay. That I'm not sure that I understand what you're trying to achieve then with your with the standard, because I thought the
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman,
We could probably,
may I make a suggestion? Because it seems like both the applicant really needs more time to work out with the staff as far as some of the intricacies of this complex project. And I suggest that they withdraw the application at this time, give them more time to work with staff to address some of these concerns, and then come back with a full application.
Jacob, do you think that's a advisable? I know we could take care of some things tonight, but I see some things that just, we can't do it.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, the way it's structured, you could approve it with conditions, and then we could hammer this stuff out at the end. If you're uncomfortable with that, you could continue it to a date, time, and place certain, and hope that that's enough time. Or you could ask them to withdraw, or you could deny. The problem with denial is they can't resubmit for a year.
I don't want to do that.
no.
No, they need to, I mean, this is a construction project, it needs to keep
Yeah.
going. And
It seems like there's so many issues that need to be addressed by the applicant as far as meeting the city's code and rules, that maybe working closer with staff to get a better understanding of what our rules and requirements are might be able to clean this up more and come back at a later date and present at that time.
Yes.
And I might ask the applicant if they would be willing just to withdraw their application so that there's no, this time doesn't go against the 180-day rule.
Unless you want to waive the 180
Well,
day or total.
we have no problem waiving the 120 days. I understand if that's the way that, if that's the options that the planning commission is considering, we would just ask that it be continued so to the next meeting, so we have an opportunity to work with staff. I didn't think that we had misinterpreted these, but till we got the staff report sent to us this week, and all of a sudden I could see where clearly we hadn't considered all these things in the same way that staff had. So,
Well, I just think that given more time, we might be able to work out some of these important details with staff to address what our codes and what our rules and regulations are.
so like I said, I would request that it a continuance, and then if I could ask if the planning commission could give staff and us some some guidance relative to things like the garages, because I mean, if you want me to bring back a plan that's more that has more things to it that shows it's compliant, and I still come back with garages, you say, well, we don't want the darn garages.
That's-
Then
We certainly, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to going over some of these conditions.
just
That's something that should be hashed out. Here's my frustration with this project. I've been doing this for 17 years, and this is probably the worst planning narrative I've ever read for large projects. And in my deemed complete letter, I asked, I've lost it. Not all building types proposed appear to meet this. Narrative is vague and doesn't specifically explain how the various building types proposed comply. And what I got back was still the same generic response.
yeah, I think we felt that the plans themselves clearly demonstrated the compliance, and that a narrative would have made it any easier. I can understand now what you're asking for, but I think at the time that the issue was the buildings didn't comply, so we went back and adjusted the buildings to comply, we thought. So we didn't know that, and I'm not sure that I could have described it in a narrative either, but I think the only way you can do it is like we're doing it. But
Yeah, and highlights, something to
yeah,
illustrate.
but in any event, I understand it. So and I understand that everybody reads and looks for different things in the narratives and how critical things are at this stage versus how critical they are at the final plan stage too. So it's different. So we provided, like I said, we provided a landscape plan. It's not a detailed landscape plan, but it's a landscape plan. But apparently it was deficient in showing you what we intended in some of the places. So,
Yeah, it left some questions.
so but the plan that would come in with the building plans would be a very detailed
Sure.
plan. So
Sure.
in any event, there's just a few of these things that if we had that I think to benefit both us and staff, that if the planning commission could, I'm not asking to deliberate, if we just give some feeling for this so that we'd have ability to understand what we should be striving for, that would be helpful so that when we come back,
I think you need to get together with Jacob somewhere along the line.
we will do that. But I just
Yeah, there are some things, especially where there's blue writing in the conditions.
Well, I mean,
That's where there's,
as long as the rest of the commission doesn't have a problem, I don't have a problem going over the conditions as they're laid out currently and saying, Mayor, we might accept this, or we have questions about that, without making a final decision, so that to give you, or give the applicant, give the lean.
Well, then have him go back to the drawing board
Exactly.
and then bring it to Jacob, and there'll be issues that we're going to,
At least it gives them an opportunity to see where we're coming from.
So if I can to help you, so the things that I see in the conditions that I think are significant to the plan or to the project is going to be the trash enclosure, the trash compactor. Now and so that you understand what that is, that's a trash compactor. That's not a 10-yard trash facility that you see that in a lot of projects you see posted different throughout a site. This particular client uses a trash compactor as a way. It reduces a lot of the litter that comes from trash receptacles being scattered out throughout a project. It confines it. He can control better how the trash is managed, because he can call and have that compactor picked up and emptied as often as he needs to. So depending on what's being generated, so he doesn't have the noise of the
yeah, I think we
Truck
understand what
company.
that is.
But so anyway, so
We realize that.
but whether it's located where it is or whether you feel it needs to be someplace else, what I was
That's
trying to
what
get
we
to.
would be
That's
talking about, right?
that, the garages, and then whether you have an issue with the carports, I guess. But so that those are kind of the things that are big to me. The rest of it, I think I got enough from what the conditions are saying here, and I can work with Jason. I think we can work out the other things.
Yeah,
A
we'll
lot of
try and
them.
streamline it for you
Yeah.
a little bit.
But those are big things, because if the garages aren't there, then I do something different. If the trash compactor doesn't go there, then I got to find a way to put it
Right.
more central. And the carports, I don't know, but carports are carports. But
Okay.
if that would be helpful, and then we'd waive the 120 days and work with Jason and come back to you, hopefully at the next meeting, and we could have everything worked out.
Well, if the narrative was cleaned up, everything in that, then the conditions would be clean. They would clean themselves up.
Yeah,
There'll be fewer conditions.
I understand your concern about the number of conditions, although a significant number of the conditions are still going to be there, because they are the kind of conditions that are there. I mean,
A lot of
you have
them
to
are,
do the engineering, you have
Yeah.
to comply with this, you have to do that. So but I think I can clean up a lot of that anyway. Now that
Let's
Now
have you
I've
do
seen it.
that.
Try and help you do that by discussing some of those conditions.
that would be great. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
If you have other questions of me that would
We'll-
at this point, then
We'll be
otherwise
talking to you.
I'll get out of your way.
Okay, all right. Do we have anybody that would like to speak neutral testimony? Anybody? Okay.
How about support? How about support?
Neutral,
Support.
neutral.
They're gonna come back next month.
Oh, support.
well,
I forgot support. Never mind. Okay.
no, we're
Anybody in support of this application out there? Anybody in neutral of this? Okay, and anybody in opposition of this? All right.
My name is Gerald Violet, and I'm at 165 McBride and 144 McBride. And I'm opposed, especially him calling it a hybrid, and this is the worst thing he's seen in 17 years. I'm glad you guys definitely slowed it down. There's no need to rush on this if we're going to do it right. We're not Forest Grove, we're St. Helens, so let's do it for St. Helens. Make this right. I asked a long time ago if we could get Braden Street turned into Violet Street, and I called 911 like you asked. They thought it was a great tribute to my mom and dad, who worked for 70 years in this community as the only non-subsidized affordable housing that has ever happened in this community, in this whole damn county. And all of a sudden, I didn't even get notified tonight until
they do propose to call the center Violet something, Violet's Villa.
Violet something is, that's about what we've heard all our lives here in this town. But I'd like to have that street named for my folks.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's too late. The subdivision hasn't been platted.
Well, you never let me know that. How many times you got to come and ask you? I even asked the mayor sitting in the back of the room tonight,
I suggested
even
it to the applicant.
and I didn't get a yay or nay or a no thanks. So I don't like the way business is being done right now. I think you need to take care of the people of this town. It's going to put an awful lot of traffic on McBride Street if they, because in one of the first ones, it's not showing now, but there was no access on McBride Street. It was all supposed to be off the other side. Yeah, not once did you mention there was going to be access on McBride Street at the other one that we had, when you were talking about developing all this one big chunk of land and the apartments coming in later. There was nothing about access. It was all supposed to be off of Matson and Maplewood Drive or Braden and it's just, just listening to it tonight, I'm glad you guys slowed it down. I appreciate that. But right now, I'm opposed to it, and, there's one of the buildings they're putting in is gonna be right in the middle of an old swamp that used to be there on McBride Street side, right up next to the on the east side right there. You know, the Legacy, the medical building, that's going in with the new urgent care. That's going to bring an awful lot of traffic too, and have people winging through there with ambulances coming in and stuff. I don't know why, you know, they're having multiple accesses. They can come and go all over the place, you know. It's just, it needs to be addressed a little bit better with them coming through Legacy's lot. I don't know how they're going to, you know, agree to that, because there really isn't that much room back there. Watching them go to town on that, and they've kind of like already lost their whole thing there because they found out there's rock in St. Helens. I had the main boss tell me that they're not getting ahead on this at all, that, you know, they're going forward, but they found more rock than they ever thought. And this is the second hardest rock in the state of Oregon that we have here in St. Helens. We used to have a bunch of powder monkeys that lived at the trailer park, and they came in to work down at Boise for 4 months. 4 years later, they moved out of the trailer park, and they told me that's the second hardest rock in the state of Oregon. And they were asked to leave St. Helens when they shot a big load up at Waters Pit, and it flew across the road and went through the roofs of all those trailers down there at, we call it Dogtown Park. I don't know, just, I'm glad we got notified that this was happening so a few of us could come. But I really don't appreciate how you know, did that with the Violet Street. I was sure hoping we could do something better than that. But for some reason, I guess people who worked here all their lives and give their lifeblood and don't count in St. Helens. And it's kind of a shame.
I've been meaning to ask you a question. Could you stay for a second?
Yep.
I've been meaning to ask you a question on this property because I haven't walked in the whole property. So you mentioned there was a swampy area at one point.
Yep.
Is it still swampy?
Well, there's a lot of...
Or was it filled over the years?
Water, trees. Well, when they put in one of the deals, they put a big culvert which kind of takes it across the street over behind Forest Park and divvies it up on either side there. But yeah, you know, there's mosquitoes that come out of there, and
Where is that? Where is that located?
right in the northeast corner, over by 165 McBride. On my property there.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anybody else in opposition?
Hello. My name is Kate Posner. I live at 469
You don't have to state your address.
Oh, okay. Well, I live in the cul-de-sac behind McBride Street. And I have some concerns. One of them being traffic. If we're going to say, for argument's sake, that the average household has 1.5 cars, that means over 300 cars for this complex. So I want to know if they're going to have 300 plus parking spaces, because if not, then that's going to be an overflow onto street parking. And both Matson and McBride are both just one lane each way streets. I don't know how familiar you all are with that area, but they're not particularly wide streets. They don't accommodate a ton of on-street parking. So I have concerns about people living in, you know, the current established neighborhood parking their cars on the street, and then these 200 plus families moving in with potentially overflow parking as well. That really clogging up the streets in our neighborhood. And for my neighbors as well. I'm not so concerned about my street because, again, I live on a cul-de-sac, but I care about my neighbors. I'm also concerned with the uptick in traffic, it being unsafe for the children in the neighborhood who are used to riding their bikes along the street. There's only one sidewalk on Matson and one sidewalk on one side of the street on McBride Street. So kids are accustomed to riding their bikes on the street, and with 200 plus, 300 plus cars coming in, that's going to be more potential hazards for kids in the neighborhood, which is a concern, I think, for everyone. I also have concerns about how these complexes are going to be managed. Is there going to be on-site management? Is there going to be on-site maintenance? Is there going to be a way for people to lodge complaints with the management company from the surrounding neighborhood? Are are these going to be smoking or non-smoking apartments? If they're going to be 3 stories high, that means that conceivably someone from their back patio could easily throw cigarette butts into somebody's front yard, somebody's backyard on McBride Street. That's a concern not only just from like a sanitary standpoint, but in the summer it gets real dry. So that's a concern of mine. Again, I'm not so worried about myself, but I'm worried about my neighbors. And I'm also concerned, I think like a lot of people in the neighborhood, about this affecting potential home buyers and affecting the property value of the neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhoods. I think that people come to a place like St. Helens to get away from big apartment complexes. I know that we did. When we bought our house, we didn't want to live in Portland. If we wanted to live next to a 200 plus unit apartment complex, we would have bought a house in Portland and we wouldn't have commuted as far to get to work. We liked that this wasn't Portland, that this place was established neighborhoods with families and kids and a place where you could raise your kids and not worry about them getting run over riding their bikes on the street. And I'm concerned that a development like this is going to change the culture of our neighborhood, and it's going to change the way that people view our neighborhood, not just the people who live there now, but people who maybe want to sell their houses down the road. So I would urge all of you to think about what this means for the people who have lived here for 10 plus years, as you know, the first development that came in, the development that we live in, and the development that was built in 2013, the houses on McBride Street. It's going to change the way that people live in their homes, building this development. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much.
Thank you.
I'm Catherine Ross, and first of all, ditto everything that the woman just brought up, from management on site to property values. I agree with everything she brought up. I'm on May Avenue, and as I've had spoken on the prior hearings for the medical buildings, a lot of concern for those of us on May Avenue, Harris, and McBride for this much traffic. Again, potentially, most places have 2 cars. So 400 cars, that's huge. And I don't think that we should, and our traffic concerns should be blown off. I was told with the first hearing on the medical buildings that, it wasn't supposed to be an issue with the traffic, but adding all these apartments, it is. There's a lot of cut-through traffic already on May Avenue. People just haul down that street. They're not paying attention. They have no business being down there. And if everybody thinks that the people are going to exit Braden, or whatever that name is, go all the way down Matson to Gable to go out to the highway to tang a turn and come back up to, Ace Hardware, not going to happen. They're going to come out McBride, which is not a feeder street, haul down May at 90 miles an hour, cut through little tiny Harris Street, and go on to Vernonia Avenue, because it's a lot easier to take a left turn from Vernonia Avenue than it is to come down McBride to Highway 30 and turn. And that's a nasty little section down there. Those of us that live on McBride and May Avenue, we know that you have to be extremely careful coming through those between the 2 credit unions. People haul out of that credit union, mostly the larger one, and pay absolutely no attention. So those are serious concerns. I don't know if we need to have speed bumps on those roads. Also issues with children, as this last woman brought up. There needs to be speed bumps. Again, initially there was going to be no access onto McBride for either of those developments, because McBride is not a feeder street. And if you empty another couple hundred cars, to me it makes it a feeder street. And even Matson is not set up with lack of sidewalks and if you add even more off-street parking, if people are going to be parking there, it's just not set up. So huge concern. Traffic. I don't know if anyone of you folks has even ever walked that neighborhood. I would suggest that you do if you haven't. Actually walk that neighborhood and really look at that neighborhood and see the impact. We're just not a bunch of people sitting up here complaining. This is our lives in our yard and our properties. Very little said about replacement trees. Those of us in the neighborhood absolutely have loved that property for the trees, the wildlife. There's over 500 trees coming down, I believe. No discussion on where all those trees are going to be replaced at. With all the carports, all those buildings, I'm not seeing where, even if they're skinny little trees, where the trees can be replaced. The garbage compactor, where it's by is where Brent's rental is. And I would have concerns for whoever is in that house, because the house owners, we need some consideration too. If there's, unless there's a serious buffer, if the only garbage compactor, trash can, whatever, for over 200 units is in one spot and it's next to an actual house, there better be some serious buffers, especially if it's a compactor. And I don't know how loud compactors are, who runs the compactor, but just the fact that people are bashing, emptying cans and all hours of the day and night, I think there needs to be serious consideration for the landowner, Brent, and whoever his renter is, that they not be subjected to a lot of noise. And then my last issue or concern is the drug issues from that many more people coming in. Those of us on May Avenue are well aware of Forest Park. I know it's an older apartment, and I love that the cops are down my street, but one day I watched them come down. I have 6 cop cars, and that's just like within 2 hours. I've watched the helicopters come through. I've watched the drug dogs. I was like, Hill Street Blues. All I got to do is sit and look out my window. Hopefully these are newer complexes, and they won't have the drug issues that we get from Forest Park. But again, is there an on-site management? Is on-site management paying attention? And is there somewhere that we can go to as neighbors if there's people flipping cigarette butts, if there's people misbehaving? We need to be taken into consideration too, not just the money that the apartment complex is obviously going to bring into the city, because it's going to affect our property values and not in a positive way. I didn't buy my house to be sitting next to 300-400 people running around down my street. So anyway, thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, do we have anybody else in opposition?
My name is Darcy Solomon. I also live in Ravenwood cul-de-sac, and my question is, are these going to be luxury apartments or are they low income? What I didn't catch that. I don't know if I just didn't.
I know their market rate, but I think the applicant could probably attest to how they vision.
They're not subsidized. They're going to be market rate.
Okay. So my other concern was bringing up, if all these families move in, how it's going to affect the schools. Nobody's mentioned that yet. I guess that's all I have right now, but this is going to be a big impact on what I decide if I want to stay here or not. I've lived in Columbia County my whole life. I grew up in Scappoose, and I've lived here now for 24 years. I love St. Helens. I love Columbia County. And this is a big deal. I don't know if any of you guys live nearby, but so.
Well, it's growth, and so the schools are going to have to make room for that and that sort of thing. I think the applicant can probably answer a few of those things. We'll have them back up and talk about a few of those things. So.
Well, that's all the questions I had.
Great.
I just, I thought the school thing was kind of an important thing, but.
Yeah. Thanks.
So, anyway, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Any rebuttal from the applicant?
If we're going to continue the hearing, then I'll save your
Okay. We can do that?
Sure, yeah, that's the applicant's choice.
All
We'll
right.
just want to make sure we take, if the public hearing is going to be open, we'll want to make sure we have the opportunity for testimony at the next meeting. And it should stay open because, you know, with revised plans and stuff.
Okay, we'll keep the meeting open. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
All right, so we'll move to deliberation then?
Do we want to ask if staff has any more comments?
So, do you want to deliberate to talk about the potential conditions as a guide and then reopen the public hearing and then continue it to a date, time, and place certain?
Well, actually, as I see it, there are some major issues, and I think the applicant needs direction. We don't need to make a decision on those, but at least they know what our thinking is.
Sure.
Be specific, but I don't want to spend all night going over line by line each of the conditions now, because I think that by having the applicant get with you and sort of understanding where both sides are coming from, some of this will be able to be worked out. My interest tonight is sort of going over some of the big hurdles that I foresee coming before the planning commission down the road. Why don't we get to those tonight and give some direction of our thought, because then the applicant can make their changes if they see fit, or try to bring it back as it is.
Yeah, and I don't think we need to go line by line. Some of the conditions are, you know, pretty clear.
Yeah, so I mean, I think talking about the garages, talking about the landscaping,
Parking.
the parking,
Trash compactor?
So is, I mean,
Yeah.
is that considered?
Trash
oh, yeah.
location?
So there's three, and then the elevation situation, which
I don't even want to get
I'm
into
totally confused on.
That's that's a detail.
I know, I didn't
um,
like it when I
Yeah.
did one with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that and that was really why I brought this whole thing up, for the applicant to go back, because we're not gonna be able to decipher that. That has to be worked out, and that should have been done sometime before this was even presented. So, that's something that has to be worked out, those two sides. But at least now, we can go over the garages, the landscaping, those kinds of things, and sort of give the applicant where we're coming from.
So procedurally, could he come up with in rebuttal and then we do it there? And then the hearing just continued to be open?
Oh, just
You talked about reopening it, but
so the condition conversation rebuttal with
our condition conversation.
Well, let's just see.
I don't know what that means.
Let's just see how it goes.
Procedurally.
Well, no, I mean, there's no rebuttal.
Yeah, I know, but what is this time?
Well,
This is further questions of staff. That's how I would write this in the minutes.
Okay.
This is still questions with
Okay.
So I think the first one is 2AG, and that's about, so the code talks about the trash collection area is supposed to be in a central and visible location. So the question is, do you think having that in the corner is okay and meets the intent of the code, or do you think it should be more centrally located, and do you think there should be an equidistant standard to help guide that?
Well, I just think about if I'm a resident of building 2 or building 3, that's a long ways to take my trash.
Well,
Needs to be central.
Well, not only that, I mean, that's a compact. We should require within the complex multiple receptacle areas just for the recyclables and the garbage. And then if the owner wants to somehow bring that to the compactor, that would be up to them. I mean, I can't see having one compactor, one area for all these units. I mean, just the amount of garbage alone and the recyclable, what are you gonna do with all those recyclables?
I think
They're
that's
not
what
gonna be compact.
I think that's what the compactor is all about. They want it to be
What are they gonna do with
cleaner.
the trash then?
I don't know how they do it.
Well, multiple areas where you have a regular area where you dump your recyclables and your garbage, and then they come around and they pick it up and they transport it out. Here you're talking about one area where everybody has to take out their garbage. Is everybody going to go out there every night taking out their garbage? I think what we need to do is, if they want a compactor on site, and that's a great idea, put the compactor in a central location, but also include multiple recyclable and garbage receptacles throughout the complex, maybe 4 of them.
Then they have the loose trash thing that they wanted to get rid of.
I disagree with that. I think it
Yeah.
ought to be central, and then everything is brought by the tenants to one location in the center.
Is your trash compactor going to be manned?
I doubt
Okay.
it.
No.
I have a place on the beach. It's a large community, and they have trash compactor for everyone to use in this whole community. They have specific hours, specific days, and there is a person there who runs the compactor. They have 2 of them on site, and it's a small area. But they have somebody that runs the thing. You know, when it gets full, they do whatever they do, and they open up the other side so that people can bring their stuff in. You have to have a card to get in to use it, and you bring your garbage in your bags with your car. Now, you're gonna have to do it with a wagon or whatever
That
in
won't
a
work with this.
situation like this.
Yeah.
It won't work.
Unless it's absolutely central located.
And is that compactor also used for recyclable?
They have recycling bins
Okay.
to the side of the compactor.
I really agree with.
You know, so I don't know how they want to operate that thing, because it depends on the operation as to whether or not you would want it in a central location, or whether you want to just have dumpsters in 2 or 3 locations that would be picked up on so many days cycle.
Well, dumpsters
and taken care of.
are open to the air.
So,
and
I mean, they're 2 different
Yeah.
means of getting rid of your refuse.
Why don't we ask him to do, make it central, as the code reads, and give us a plan of how it would be serviced and emptied, and the recycling next to it, because we haven't even talked about the recycling, and that takes up some real estate too. So if we just get a narrative on that and make it central, how would that work?
That sounds good.
Well,
Beats the code.
Yeah.
Good start.
Yeah.
I mean, if you had put dumpsters and garbage place everywhere, then it's a bigger maintenance problem.
See how
just
it
do
works.
that.
Just
Okay.
then have an narrative of how it works.
And if you don't have it central, then some people are gonna
Termite?
need
Yeah.
to travel a long distance, and typically they don't do it.
Termite on a carpenter?
They leave
Yeah.
garbage in public places.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so I think we got that. Now, how about the garages counting as off-street parking?
No.
Get rid of them. No garage.
I agree.
And the
And
other
then
thing
he's,
is
and
the
then he's got
access to
parking,
getting to
more
that
parking available, and then the ratio is better, isn't it?
Can I ask a question? I didn't know if it's, because we're not deliberating, we're just having conversation. A lot of places that I've lived, not here, because I live in a house now, but they had, garages were not to park cars in, but they were for storage. And I understand that it's not for storage, it's meant for car parking. Okay, I just didn't know if it was, what the purpose was, because sometimes, not like commercial storage unit, but like storage closets for the people that live there. For parking, okay, I just wanted clarity.
But the access to getting to those garages, it's gotta be cleared up, because that could be a hedge there.
Well, we'll get to that.
Okay.
But, I mean, if I was in an apartment complex, I'd want to have opportunity to have a garage. I don't,
We need a better ratio.
But-
of standard size parking versus compact. There's a lot of people with pickups with.
I think there's 3 compacts in the city of St.
SUVs
Helens.
with- I mean, full-size SUVs, that aren't gonna fit in that compact space.
Well, if they get rid of the garages,
Being bumper
that would constitute more parking spaces, right? And then your ratio would change.
Yeah, but still they would have more compact spaces than they would have full-size.
Yeah, but you're gonna need a better ratio.
Present proposal.
Now-
I think the planner can work that out with.
What I talk about in condition J is the disproportional amount of compact spaces for visitor parking. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, even for home parking,
There's enough for home parking, you said.
I think there is.
Only 60% compact.
Yeah, it meets the 40% rule that the city has.
Well,
It's
then
just
visitors.
disproportionately to the visitor parking.
Okay.
Visitors.
I don't know if you have a concern about that or not.
I think it should be a better ratio.
When we're looking at this complex within its neighborhood, there's gonna be a lot of people there, they're gonna have visitors. And if the complex takes care of having some space for its own visitors, that's going to be a much less abrasive situation for the neighbors. So I think that's something that we need to pay attention to as we go through this, to see to it that the guests of the people living in that complex can park there instead of in front of somebody's house a block away.
Okay. I think you agree about the better distribution then of the visitor versus
Yeah.
compact versus and visitor versus tenant parking.
Yeah.
All right. How about the exterior bike racks requiring a shelter?
Yeah.
Rather than in the stairwell.
Yep. I've seen
Okay.
the picture of the stairwell. They didn't look real usable.
So
I had a biking friend at work look at it, and he's also a planning commissioner in his town, and just didn't seem that they could fit bikes in there very well. How do you lock them in there? How do you get them in there? They're problematic. Some of those stairs probably wouldn't be able to get as many as they think they can get into there. But it was input from somebody that is a biker.
Yeah, I agree. Should be
I didn't see it. Where's those
Okay.
plans?
I know,
saw
it's
those.
just-
of course we'll work out the exterior elevation thing.
He found them quick.
Well, we're talking about shelter canopies and parking in front of the units.
Right.
I think get rid of that.
Get rid of the canopies?
Get rid of the canopies.
I think you might, I mean, they're in the business of, making a good spot for people, and they know what they like is
Well, I just
covered areas.
Well, I just look at it, number one, it's always difficult if you don't park in just right, you try to open the door, and you knock it into one of the side, and then the question of heavy snow and the integrity of the roof.
Well, that's a building code issue. That's structural, so that's not.
Yeah, building code's going to review snow load.
I guess if we have them, I'm not opposed to them because they're really minimal as they can be. They couldn't be any less obtrusive for the site.
I got
How
those
many people
going.
are gonna knock the posts out?
Well, that's management's problem.
Yep.
The other thing is if they're that like that dense, like Jacob was saying, how's that tree going to grow there? I mean,
Yeah, that was
those
my
islands-
recommendation is
islands are
the
really
spaces on either side of the tree island
Yes.
not be covered, but otherwise you could argue that having the canopy attracts a higher class clientele who are concerned about their cars
Yeah.
and may alleviate some of the drug problems that some of the neighbors are having.
As someone who's lived in an apartment complex in the last 4 years of my life, they're really nice to have a covered area for
Yeah.
your car. When
Oh, I
you're getting
agree.
in and out,
Totally
and it's
agree.
raining, and you're unpacking your groceries, or you're loading your car.
But let's try to stay in order just for.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
So the vegetative buffer on the east side of Building 12. So they had those parking spaces there. Jenny, could you go back to the?
Building 12.
Yeah. So Building 12. So this is this row of parking here. So on condition 2AP. Do you think that should just be a buffer? Do you think it's okay to have the parking as it is and have it signed as noted by the applicant, or something in between?
We're buffering it against,
The highway commercial development to the east.
And is that all asphalt there? That old, I mean, from
Is that all open?
Well, this
from the hospital or the
there's an access easement here, and so chances are that is going to be a sea of hardscape.
So can building 12 be moved over to have more buffer between the building and the parking lot?
Maybe it's pretty close tolerances here for the separation requirements. Or if you just want to have them think of something, we can do that too.
Or a smaller unit there?
Well, if he's getting rid of the garages, it gives him an opportunity to look at that whole area and be creative there.
All right, yeah, all right. So
He knows
no strong
concern.
sense right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it needs a buffer. There's a strong sense about that, at least in my mind. More of a buffer than they have.
All right, just how's the rest of the commission feel? Kind of on the same vein?
Are you thinking of a vegetative buffer like trees or?
Yeah, are you talking about airspace or a vegetative
Uh,
visual buffer?
The code
Can't
talks
see
about
through
a
it.
buffer to at least break up the, it may not be a screen in entirety.
Because you talked about one point about airspace from the window out.
Mm-hmm.
If that's bushes right up to the window, that wouldn't be airspace. So is that in the buffer, that airspace you're talking about, or?
The buffer does include some airspace. It's a mix of, it could be walkways, it could be bushes and trees.
Could you point to that right where you expect the buffer would be?
Well, the area of concern is here, because it's right on that property line.
Those are parking spaces right there?
Yeah, yep.
Well, how are you gonna do that?
The building
Take
have to
those
be
away
moved
and have a
over?
buffer?
Yeah.
Or the building be smaller?
You either have
or-
fewer spaces and more landscape islands, or no spaces and just landscaping.
Okay.
I think it's important to keep a park. Couldn't we?
What about fewer spaces? I agree with you that the parking will be important, but
You're gonna gain a couple spaces with the garages being taken out.
And if you're indifferent at this point, that's fine.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna did we decide on get rid of the garages?
Yeah.
I think we should get.
So they're gonna be looking at that whole area,
Can figure it
and I think they realize that a buffer is required, or we can look at that. I don't think it's necessary.
I
Okay.
mean, they have to come back with a whole landscaping plan anyway, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's just a question of, do you want this? There's a buffer requirement between uses, and that's an area that I flagged in my review.
Yeah,
So
so
that's why I wanna-
do they go back in the redesign and include a buffer in there? It's important to have a buffer
Yeah,
there.
or a reason why they
It is
knock
for
it
me,
Okay.
but it may not be for you guys.
All right, next.
Okay.
Another plan or something.
Definition of public, semi-public, and private areas. Again, that's our driveway access here and the spaces. If you just want them to rethink that, I think that's probably.
Yeah.
What's the code require?
It requires that that public, semi-public, and private areas are clearly defined.
So you said he was gonna sign it.
You're gonna have, this will be some type of commercial, and so you'll have a variety of people there. And it'll be, the residences space versus the non-residences space. And is it clearly defined? They talked about putting signage here for that.
Yeah,
Yeah, signage.
definitely signage.
So signage if spaces. And then what about vehicular access from this side? Or do you just want to see what they come up with?
Let's let them
Let's see what they come up with.
Yeah,
see what they want to do.
they should be aware by now that we question.
Is there room between those buildings for a driveway to access from the interior of the apartment complex? Where that walkway is? Is that too narrow?
I don't know. That might be kind of close.
Okay.
There's a lot of standards with multi-dwellings.
All right.
Let's see. Now the separation standards. Are you okay that with having the 6-foot wide sidewalk that encroaches, so to speak, from windowed walls? The 4 versus 6.
Well, if you figure
It's
out
back to that
you
landscape.
don't have to worry.
If it gets back to that landscaping, you got a bush right there, you're not gonna see the sidewalk.
Well, the 6-foot wide sidewalk. There's a variety of standards. It's 6 inches off of the standard, not 6 inches from. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's okay.
But some of them were more than 6 inches off.
Yeah, so there's a couple places where the distance is 6 inches off. That's imperceptible. I would say that's probably enough to forgive.
Yeah.
But then there's the standard, and I'll read it to you just so you understand.
Light, air, and access.
Walkways running parallel to the face of a structure shall be separated by at least 7 feet. Walkways running parallel to the face of a structure shall be separated by 8. By 5 feet. And in some cases, so for example, buildings 5, 8, 10, and 11, the walkway is 5 feet from the living room window. There's too many standards. Okay, so there's the 7 feet window. All right, yeah. Driveways and parking lots shall be separated from living room windows by 10 feet, walkways 7. So in the cases of building 5, 10, and 11, the walkway is 5 feet from the window, the living room window, which is 2 feet off the standard. But our code says that the walkway width is 4 feet. In their case, they have 6. So you kind of have the distance. It's just 2 feet is extra sidewalk. And, it's, okay, is the intent of the code that there's that much distance from people walking by your window, or is there just that much air, light, and space?
I'd let it go.
All right. That was basically the question.
Yeah.
So PC's okay with that. I'm assuming you're okay with the standards that are only 6 inches off.
Yeah.
So then the only issue is up here by building 9, which is a little less than the standards. Yeah. All right. So then you talks about the garages, and you're just saying can them.
Yeah, for the
Right.
final time, can the garage. I did have a question. If I read your summary correctly, they were one short of the minimum handicap parking spots?
Yeah, I didn't find the,
No, was that for visitors or for residents?
It- okay. Oh, okay, all right.
Well, I guess my question still remains, is that for visitors or for residents?
It's based on the total number of parking spaces that you have on the site dictates how many accessible parking spaces you have to have, and how many of them have to be van accessible. It has nothing to do with whether they're visitor or.
So what you're saying is that the law only requires 8 handicap parking spaces for this entire complex?
For 300, for more than 300 parking spaces, the department will say, at least 2 have to be van.
Yeah, as long as it's under 400, it's 8.
That was a.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's clear. It's in the code. Yeah.
I'm floored.
I'm just,
Yeah.
that is amazing.
Okay, so then for the parking lot islands, does the commission agree to have the parking spaces adjacent to the islands not be covered?
Yes.
All right. Do you think the canopies are okay in regards to the accessory structure rules as far as appearance?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
I didn't really,
They'd be more obtrusive, I think, if they were
yeah.
Put a peak on
at a
it, then you.
peak on 'em.
yeah, okay.
Leave them the way they
Some people probably like the canopies to keep the bird poop off from the trees.
And I think those are the things that the applicant would need guidance on. I think that covers it. So then, continuance. If this just goes to next month, I honestly don't know if I'll have time to even think about it. There's a lot going on. We got a subdivision coming in. I know you're anxious, but
Is it gonna have to come back to us?
yeah, because you have to make a decision.
Okay.
I'm tempted. I know you're not gonna like it, but what about October?
Halloween town, oh goody.
So that everybody can hear me. So
if it's possible, let's say we're going to make it to the next meeting, and let's put the burden of cleaning the stuff up and making sure that your workload in this is minimal, so that you don't have to spend a lot of time doing anything other than to say these things. So you go through and essentially a lot of these conditions, you could just simply say it's been addressed, so, and we can help make sure that my staff puts together the findings for you that addresses it, so that you don't have to do anything other than just yep. Because if I do my job right and my staff, and we come up and see you next week and we can work out the big things that we need to, like on the buildings and stuff, then the rest of this stuff I think I can get it cleared up pretty quick for you and have a project that's clean and ready to come back to you. If I can't, then you're free to say nope.
We'll just have to continue to.
Yeah, that makes me responsible for the schedule more so than you, and it puts a lot more responsibility on us to get you what you need to have. If you don't get it, say you didn't do it.
Yeah.
That's pretty straightforward, and I think that way too, we don't go too far between now and when it comes back to the planning commission, so that they don't lose track of the things that were important to them that they heard tonight too. So that'd be my.
It'll be fresh in our minds, and we get rid of it.
But the other question is, what else do you have planned for us?
Well, I don't think
till
we don't have
12:30 at
anything
night?
scheduled yet, do we?
No. Not that subdivision you were just talking about.
Yeah, Greystone hasn't been scheduled.
Thought there was something, but maybe not.
Well, whatever.
I'd like to saddle myself with that responsibility and take as much work up.
Well, I think we'll just say continue it to the next meeting, and we'll say on or after 7 p.m. That just covers it in case it
Yeah.
has to be 7:30 or 8.
If you can send me the staff report in Word, I will help provide you with responses to all these things ahead of time so that you can see exactly how we're addressing all those issues. And I can go through and just highlight in color those things and how we're dealing with them for you. I think that will make the end product much easier for everybody.
Okay.
And the traffic impact thing, will that
Well,
play into that?
I've already sent the information from ODOT to my traffic consultant tonight, asking him what's up. So I'll have that. I'll have some.
Yeah, hopefully we know more then.
But you're not in control of what ODOT, when
Well,
ODOT decides.
But like I said, my understanding was that we were done, and so I've sent it to him saying, "Hey, what's up?" And I should have answer from him in the next day or so. And so
The plans and the permit?
anyway, we don't need
Oh,
to take up.
gotcha. Okay.
Okay,
But we'll have answers to that from ODOT. by
I see. Okay.
okay.
Do we need a
Sounds good.
letter waiving
Yeah.
the 120-day rule, or is it just a verbal?
Well, the best practice is to get that in writing.
My staff will send you a waiver, a 120-day waiver tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Okay.
Brandy will send it to you.
So you have to motion to continue it to the.
The motion.
Second.
Is that, it's moved and seconded, okay, to continue till the next meeting,
It's gonna be a,
September 11th.
September 11th,
that's my mommy's.
On or after 7.
on or after 7
Who
p.m.
seconded?
I'll second it.
Audrey?
Thank you.
At the St. Helens City Council Chambers.
At St. Helens City Council Chambers. Phew, tell me what you say.
All those in favor?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, it passes. Right? Didn't want to see the guy in orange cry when we pushed down the road. 2-minute break.
Good. I could stand up. Oh. These chairs, I don't think agree with us. All for one and one for all. You know what I'm gonna do? Take this, throw it in my car. This. Huh?
I said, I'm seriously wondering what I did with my purse.
Oh, it's right here.
Slid off the handle where I had it. So much you were helping me find it.
Getting a little panicky there, weren't you?
Well, yes.
I gotta take this out of my car. This much out of my
Are we,
hair.
have we got more to do after we do
Just
this?
smaller stuff. Yeah. We have these
So,
to do.
we went, drove by this. That'd be great. We drove by the site today. And actually, based on a lot of what we're hearing about the need for housing, it's in somebody's neighborhood and they don't like it. And housing.
But it's on the edge and it's all houses. So. You win some, you lose some. My houses where they can't. I guess that's one good thing. I can't either.
They have to swim.
I can't either. They said our creek was a major waterway because it had salmon in it one time. We haven't seen a salmon in 30 years.
No.
I think so. Let's submit a bill. That's all, submit a bill. Design,
We could get a citizen that wants to work remember something.
I left my water bottle in the car.
oh, they've got,
I know.
They're
I just got a drink of water.
charge you the
I got a big drink of
buck, I
water.
think.
I'm good now.
We won't be moving in there. They don't have any garages now.
My son lives in or he did live in apartments in Hillsborough.
Mm-hmm.
There were some garages there. He was gonna take the car over he wanted to work on it in the garage. Get one of the garages. You know, pay a little extra to get one of the garages. Oh, that was cool. I think it should have garages available.
But they charge extra.
Yeah. But it's not, you can't take the place of parking spaces that they need. You don't have room on this place. You don't have room on this place for the garages, is the problem. Without taking out a building.
You know, they use every square inch of that property to maximize the rentals. That's what they do. You know?
Yeah, I've seen some of this property complexes.
Yeah.
He's designed.
Well, I'm glad you did what you did. It makes me happy.
Thank you, Mom.
No.
Seeing as how I'm
You're-
going.
There's no rentals here. I have feelings for the
Well,
Bellevue ecosystem. I have straight.
You know, growth is always tough.
But,
Been here.
no, I always think
I mean,
it's like the perception of the community.
I just,
Everything.
I agree, you know, they're just changing their neighborhood, but
So putting the burden on him to clean up your proposal.
it's not our deal. You know, let's just figure out.
Put it inside
You know, it's human nature.
Yeah, I
Did
did.
the county people?
The trailer park wasn't,
Druggie moves in and.
Have they been to county already?
the trailer park was there a long time, but it wasn't necessarily
Yeah, the expression on their face
positive
was.
thing for the
They just
neighborhood
sat
either.
there like, they spent $500 on
Yeah, no.
So
Well,
I
Mac-
just, I know that we made a goal to handhold, because you've got giant.
Okay, we'll resume the meeting.
And well,
That's one of my biggest.
Let's see, where am I? I gotta get organized here. I should
well, you don't have to, because you might be able,
This is just a recommendation.
the minion could.
All right, we have a street vacation for portions of North 8th Street and North 9th Street and Wythe Street. Recommendations to City Council.
Okay, so you don't get these very often because they normally go to council, but in this case, one of the applicants is also the mayor, and so the mayor, in his wisdom, was like, "Well, I don't want to demonstrate bias because he's the mayor, so he wanted to get feedback from the planning commission before they go to the council." So. As you can see, this report is a draft, and I had my initial recommendation, and then they talked to me some more, and so there's some additional stuff from the report. So my initial take, and if you Jenny, if you could go to some of the plans. No, starting with that one. So they want to vacate some right-of-way, and the area in red is the right-of-way that they would like to vacate. So that's enough of that map. And one of the things you need to do in a vacation is express why you want to do it. And they're just trying to maximize some building lots in an area with particularly irregular topography, which we're famous for here. And so they're exploring 4 different building lots, as you can see highlighted there. And then one thing to note is this property line here would require an adjustment because normally it would go out like this. So they'd have to do the vacation and do an adjustment to end up with that orientation. So let's help illustrate things a little bit. There's some pictures attached to the report. So This is standing in Wyeth Street, looking towards the area to be vacated.
That's Ninth. That's Ninth.
Ninth Street.
That's
Yeah.
Ninth Street.
Yeah,
That's
so
the
you're
approach.
you're with, yeah.
Looking south.
Thank you for, so you're within Ninth Street looking south, and the area to be vacated is basically atop this bluff feature. And so this is important for the discussion we're going to have a little bit later. You know, we have our classic 80-foot wide rights-of-way, which we have on this side of town. And that right-of-way persists here, but as you can see, we get some, you know, rock walls and other topographic things. And Wyeth Street right-of-way is kind of on top of this bluff here. This photo on the bottom is me standing in the same place looking the other direction. And as you can see, it's just pretty normal flat road that goes to West Street. So if we go to the next page, so now we're on top of the bluff a little bit, and this is one of the lots here.
Looking east.
That cone, that cone is we had Reynolds survey the other side of that lot right there, Jacob, and that's the 58 feet right there.
Yeah, that's noted. So that, and I put an arrow there to emphasize that that's the edge of the current 9th Street and Wyeth Street rights of way. That's that corner. And one thing of particular note is see where the edge of this I don't know, roadway for basically the traveled path is kind of close to that. Now, when we go to the photo at the bottom, and you can't see the arrow very well, but that's where there's a water meter cover, and there's a blow off there, and this is the center line of the Wyeth Street right-of-way. So that's the right-of-way up here. It's kind of a plateau of sorts. Of course, you can't get a car up here. You see the city vehicle. And then if we go to the next page, this is, so we're still on that side of the area to be vacated. And this is the other side. You can barely see this crescent shape here. This is the Shadow Canyon Plan Development. And you'll see this feature. There's a lot of topography and stuff to help kind of illustrate what's going on. And then this arrow shows the corner of 9th and Wyeth Street on the other side. So you can see there's a pretty good building lot there. And now this area is on the other side of the Wyeth Street to be vacated. And so this crescent shape is the 8th Street right-of-way, and this is where the city has put street spoils for a long time, but I guess we have to take that out for DEQ or something.
So historically, what was told to me was that was a rock pit, and then on the other side of 9th Street, where that last dwelling is right now, the manufactured home, was a rock pit as well. Just so you guys know.
St. Helens is.
Yeah, I'm.
On the top of Wyeth.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so my first take at this, so you can see that they were asking for basically as much right-of-way they can ask for. Now this map was kind of my first take at, well, all right, this is probably what I'm comfortable recommending. So the area in yellow is the portion of area to be vacated. That in my initial thought was, well, God, I'm not sure about that. And the area in blue is, at least as the date of the report, what we were saying, we're okay with. Over here, you have utility lines, and we don't want to vacate any area around that. And so that would impact this area. And then, you know, the standard for vacations is we don't want to prejudice the public interest. So it's the public interest. That's the basic standard that we want to look at. This leaves the 40-foot wide right-of-way, which is our narrow street standard, which is acceptable when traffic counts will be low, which they would be in this case. And so nothing here, and then maintaining the 40 here, and then also on this side. So the applicants, you know, they want to get as much as they can, and you can't blame them. They're trying to, you know, maximize their building potential. And so they gave me some stuff on the 13th of this month, and there's their letter, which you have a copy of, and I'll let you read it at your leisure. And so the next... Oh, okay. All right, so this is what they gave me as kind of their alternative proposal. So the one thing that our code allows is an access easement in the case where, and the way our code reads, allows an access easement when it's the only reasonable method by which a lot large enough to be developed can be created. And we've seen this. We've seen this in the Emerald Estates subdivision. I don't know if Julie saw that. I think that was before you. Was that before you? Okay. It's hard to keep track of time. But you did see it in the Bailey subdivision. So we've seen that where, all right, it's kind of impractical to street there, so you have an access easement. So that's what they're proposing, the 24-foot wide access easement, which would be the standard based on the amount of potential dwellings up there. The advantage of the easement is it eats up less area, and so you have more building footprint. And so that's what their orange line is signifying. And then when we have streets that terminate, our code says, you know, when you have a distance greater than 150 feet, you're supposed to have a fire turnaround. And that's why that little T is there. So earlier today, if we go to the next page, I kind of scaled out what some of the fire turnarounds would be. And one of them is a cul-de-sac, which is 96 feet in diameter. And so that's what that circle represents. And so if you had the cul-de-sac standard as a turnaround, you know, it fits just within the existing right-of-way. But the fire department also has, as we can see on the next plan, a hammerhead. And there's two standards for hammerheads. And given the 24-foot wide easement, that standard calls for a 20-foot wide road. And so this is the 20-foot wide hammerhead, which, as scaled out, takes up, you know, could have been a pretty good swath of space.
Due to topography, you had to shift it a little bit north.
Yeah, I just showed it. I just put it on there to show you where it could go based on this proposal that they're showing. Now the next picture, Google Earth it's a nice tool because it kind of gives you an idea of, to illustrate the topography. So here's Shadow Canyon here, you know, that one crescent I mentioned, and then there's the street spoils, the other crescent. And so the right-of-way basically is 9th Street here, and then you have the Wyeth Street right-of-way here, and then here's the 8th Street right-of-way. Some important things to note is how the easily traversed area gets close to that property corner here, and then here it actually kind of goes a little bit to the north. And we're going to see that not on the next page. Next page are just my notes, but the last one. And don't worry about that. That's for my own reference. So this is the same map that we had before, but we took the aerial photo out and put the topo lines in there. So there's a few things to consider. Now these 3 lots could be used together. For example, if you had a multi-dwelling proposal. So they don't necessarily need to be used individually to get to maximize your development potential. In regards to the fire apparatus turnaround, down here, the 80 feet is a little narrow as far as the 96, but about right in here is where you start to really neck down. And at about that level...
Right in where? Oh, okay, I see it.
Yeah, see my...
On 9th Street.
Way up there?
That's bigger.
So around here, these are contour lines. So if you're not used to reading contour lines, I'm sorry. But bear with me. So it's about right there.
Can't be helped.
And the magic number when our code requires and the fire department gets excited about turnarounds is a 150-foot distance. And from that point where it narrows to the center line of the Wyeth Street right-of-way, I think was about 170, 180 feet. And so the only lot that's less than that 150 standard, assuming turnaround provisions within the flat portion of the street, is this one right here.
You lost me there. What did you just say?
Okay, so let's say I'm in a fire apparatus.
I understand it's narrow.
Okay, so down at north of this line,
yeah,
the street is fairly flat. The right-of-way's, 80 feet wide.
You lost it.
And so if you wanted to, there may be some ability to turn an apparatus around. I've never driven one, so I don't know. But it's fairly close to the 96. But once you get to here and you start going up that hill, that's where you really get constrained.
Yeah.
Okay. The significance of that is the point of constraint to the center line here. And the reason I picked the center line is it's an easy point to reference. And at that point, you're above 150. And assuming there's no other access, practical access, then this lot and these 2 lots that they had proposed are all greater than that 150-foot distance. And so, that's where technically we're supposed to consider
to bring fire apparatus or
turnaround
hoses
provisions.
So only one lot out of 4 meets without having the turnaround.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they have to bring hoses from the place they can turn around, basically.
Yeah.
Can't get equipment up there. Yeah, so they're not going to. Yeah.
We gotta let him give his presentation.
So, another thing to consider is, so they had the access easement, and I wish I had that thing I could draw on still. That would be, remember that overhead?
Yeah, why don't we have that anymore?
Because we updated the technology and that didn't work with it.
What if someone brings something hard to
But
scan?
let's
I want to put these.
say this is a lot, okay?
That's a what?
This is a lot. This piece of paper is a lot. And one thing that we try to avoid is having a lot that is dissected by a road where there's portions of usable lot on either side of the road. And what they're talking about doing is, yeah. Oh. So, no, that's awesome. So they're talking about having an access that it's kind of organic and then goes up like this.
To a Hammerhead. Yes. At 8th Street.
To the Hammerhead on 8th.
And one of the things we want to avoid is so let's just take a clean lot, having a lot that has usable portions on both sides. So that's significant to the placement of the easement. But if the easement was just on the edge of the lot, if I could draw straight, that doesn't matter. So that's something to consider, just to keep things clean. The other thing is, and I just did this today and I had a lot going on, so I got to reread my notes. So I apologize for my delays in presentation. Okay, the other concern is from a public good standpoint is we don't want to consider right-of-way that someone else potentially has right to for road placement. So for example, to argue that the road can go like this on the portion not vacated is a little discomforting to me. And so the argument of having a hammerhead be on someone else's right-of-way, so to speak, that's I thought about it a lot today, and it makes me a little queasy.
Why is it someone else's right away?
Because if you go down the center,
Yeah.
if you vacated this entire stretch,
Yeah.
it would be split down the middle.
Right.
And so down the middle, it's their right-of-way.
Okay.
And I considered the easement and
So the easement is on a vacated right of way. You were saying.
Yeah.
It's not unvacated. I see.
Yeah, I want to clean that up. I just can't read it from this.
So just for clarification, what you're saying is they would vacate all of it, but then have an easement on that land that they owned.
So
Not to have an unvacated part and have that
That's right.
roadway on that unvacated part.
So what you if the easement was allowed, I'm just going to point to it. I think it'll be easier. Then what you would end up with potentially is the easement comes around here, where wherever it makes sense, and then at where it gets to here, where my discomfort falls is putting it on this side of the right-of-way, assuming that's okay. So if we went the easement route, the recommendation would be that you have the 24-foot width, but at this point, you only have 12 feet based on this center line. So if this half ever was vacated, you would complete that 12 feet. And for a while, I'm like, yeah, okay, I can get behind the easement. But then I looked at the contour data more closely, and this is where, I'm sorry, guys. This is where I get some discomfort. If you see where Shadow Canyon is, and assuming that these contour lines are correct, you start to slope off here. And so the location where you would have optimum access is skewed to this half of the right-of-way. And So that's why I'm uncomfortable with the easement. Because I think we need that 40 feet to make sure we have the right area to vacate, or to the right area for access. And this area is the optimum place for a turnaround, because you look at this contour, and when you're up there, you can kind of see that. And I know we talked about the easement, but once I looked at it further, it's hard for me to recommend that.
But the turnarounds outside would be in the easement area if it was. It's not in the vacated part.
So,
It's not an easement.
can you go back to the?
It's not an easement. Just not vacated.
So if it was vacated like this,
yes.
The reason is if it was by easement and not by right of way, the easement would have to go along here, and their concern is having less building envelope. But if the easement has to go on this side, you don't have the building envelope. So that's why I really think the right of way should stay 40 feet. And then if you keep this as here, I don't think you may not get the cul-de-sac, but you can still get the hammerhead, and you're not burdening someone else's right-of-way with that hammerhead. So yeah, I thought about it today, and that's kind of the conclusion I drew. Sure, yeah.
No, I don't have any problem with the 40 feet. Agreeing with that up there. Oh, my name's Ron Schlumberger. The property up there is only where it goes on the two rock bluffs. That it's like a 40-foot drop on each side. It's only like 24 foot wide there. So that pushes that access or easement or whatever. So if you give up 40 feet, you're giving up rock bluff it can't go down below. And no one else is going to be able to put any type of road wider. All we're doing is following the contour of that rock bluff. And it drops off, right, 40 feet at least on that one side towards the planned unit development of Waymeyer's. And then on the other side, it's like 20 feet, but it's all solid rock. Yeah, so it's like Bill Amos had told us, you can't put a roadway on, you can't draw straight lines on this, and you're going to end up with, if you only want one lot up there. But still, the road, whether it be a driveway, a skinny street, or an easement or whatever, it's still going to have to follow the rock bluff up there because you can't. Yeah.
So I'm Rick Scholl. This area up here that Jacob's talking about, I've talked to actually the gentleman who owns 4 lots. Let me take this. Glenn Hart right here, and I've talked to Waymeyer, who was in Renselman, where this whole development. Now they're individually owned, but they're both okay with me even trying to get that whole thing vacated, and they would sign off on it. I thought, well, look, I'm just trying to put an extra lot up here. This comes up from Wyatt Street behind the Alano Club up on 6th Street ball field. This is no different than that Schleining project. Remember we're going to do all that blasting and take that big bluff? The big bluff down, right? You guys, probably some of you sat in on that, right?
You bet.
So that project now the city owns. Whoever buys that from the city is going to vacate 3 different streets up there in order to put a planned development. And I'm not doing a planned development, but they're going to vacate all those city right-of-ways up there. So this right here, with that 24-foot standard, suffices 6 different places, up to 6 places. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and the only other building lots that are even potential building lots are this right here. That's hard pressed, and it goes into 2 lots right here. And it's really hard pressed, especially when you're looking up there to, and the hammerhead would work for those 2 building lots as the easement access for those 2 building lots and still meet the code. So my whole deal is we have potentially one more taxable lot on a bluff that was owned by Cliff and Morris Zemer. I'm going to sit back down. Yeah, we do have 4 lots. So we're just trying to do a lot line adjustment and make, create a buildable lot there. The way that dump lines up there, and then on the other side of 9th Street, it's really hard to, and it's there. It's all up there. It's the only lots up there. So I've taken a number of people up there who see it, and I think Jacob did visit it. Obviously, he's not comfortable with, I don't know, they talked about connectivity. I know that the city sometimes has these wild plans about connectivity, but it's 80-foot bluffs or 50-foot bluffs all on that. The only access is 9th. They're literally 40 feet high cliffs. So the one place is actually, you can see from the funeral home when you're going up Columbia Boulevard, if you look up to the right, that big square lot right there on 8th Street, that's probably about actually 70 feet high up there. So I don't see connectivity there. I don't, maybe 2 more building lots, potential. I don't even see that there's one there on that flag lot there. So
Jenny, can you put back up the Google map overhead? And then could you go to up there and show us on the overhead?
Yeah.
Where exactly?
Absolutely. This is the best right here. Okay, so this is a big, huge cliff. This is the trailer park. This is probably about 80 feet up to here. And this is actually street right here. The guy's parking there. This is the potential one extra site that is not owned by us right here. I don't know if you look behind, you probably see a little bit better. You can see the ball field, and you can see that. It's a really narrow strip right here that is owned by the senior center, and it was donated by the Derbys. Owned all this property, by the way. The Zemers bought 4 lots from the Derbys. Glenn bought his place from the Derby, and the senior center got that donated by him.
And yours is to the left. Your property is to the left.
Yeah, so this little dump right here, we're actually right about here at the property line.
Okay.
And it goes just like this, and then it kicks over on that map. So this is all street. This is all street. And this is a really deep rock quarry. As a matter of fact, when we were getting signatures to get the vacating done, which was merely impossible with that sliding bluff, they said that they used to catch bullfrogs in there. So there's probably quite a bit of spoils in there that the city did put over the years. I know the street sweeper, I just asked for giggles, that the old street sweeper, Thad, he said he's been dumping there 20 years, and they were dumping before then. So is that really connectivity? Are we really going to is that really going to be a feasible, cost-effective way to not take this, give this up? It's a dead-end street, is basically what I'm trying to say. It really is. That has potential for another building lot.
So the concern I have about the easement is that it appears that this path is skewed to the side that they're vacating. And if you need to put an easement in the entire area to be vacated for access, then why are you vacating it? You either have an easement or right of way. It's not this. It appears that this section.
Because I wanted to go with a private sewer. I didn't want to hammer a bunch up there. and that's another reason, because if I try going your route, you want to go public sewer and all that up there, you have to put a manhole in. That's hard rock. We just heard that testimony on Violet's Villa. A manhole, you have to do a huge 6-foot circle and go a foot deeper or 2 feet deeper than the manhole itself. And I just want to do a 6-inch sewer line and leave it an access easement. There is sewer down 8th Street in that bluff for that one potential, in my eyes, maybe one potential building lot that sits up there. That's all that's up there besides our property is maybe one building lot.
Hammer, and when we're getting signatures, that was one comment most of all the residents made. They don't want to see someone up there because they're afraid of that other property of hammering, and then you got the liability of someone saying their foundation cracked or something because you're up there hammering rocks, solid rock.
Well, maybe it isn't a good place to build.
Well,
so actually, it is a tough build, and that's why we're here today. That's exactly why we're here today, is because it is a tough place to build. If it was easy, if you knew the Zimmer brothers, Cliff and Morris is who we bought that from. If it was easy, they've owned it since '79, and they built, actually helped them pour the concrete on that bathroom right there, Cliff. If it was easy, it would have been done a long time ago, and so it's very difficult. There was power poles that were tore down up there. There's been a number of issues up there that we're looking at that, it would make it a lot more feasible. And not only that, and again, there's only maybe one potential building lot up there other than the property we own.
Wasn't there a house up there at one time that burned down?
No, that's
Schlining's Bluff. That is 6 acres.
Yes,
and that has 3 streets coming through it, 3 city streets, which we'll have to.
That's
yeah.
So it does measure out up there. It does measure out up there, and of course, engineers aren't going to let you put something there that's not going to be engineered right. With Jersey blocks on the portion that he's talking about near the Shadow Canyon, with some Jersey blocks and engineering, you've got plenty of that 24-foot to get through there, no problem. And of course, that would be one of the conditions, is that it would meet all those because it's city standard.
So you're willing to build a road with retaining walls?
I'm willing to put, if it's required to, or we're proposing to be engineered with some Jersey blocks to build a 24-foot access easement for the one potential lot up there, then yes, we would. You really would have to go up there and look. I've had a lot of builders up there because I really want to make sure I'm not doing this just trying to be greedy mayor. And because of my position.
Well, I was up there today, and I got a handle on that site, and yeah, it's a challenge.
Yeah.
And your access is one direction.
It kind of has to flow weird.
The other potential lots you're talking about? I'm not.
It would be that little sliver of rock that you walk through out there to look over the ball field, if you were up there.
So what the
where am I here?
Well, the senior center property.
This is it right here. That's the one, maybe one lot. It's this little tiny narrow right there that it opens up right here. Oh, on the top.
Okay.
So
I'm just gonna. I'll just show you once right here.
Right.
It is a little. You see the icon right here?
Yeah.
So there's a 40-foot little sliver right next to this duplex. I mean, that's zero line, and that duplex is, Wyeth is right here. It's a big, deep hole too. So 40 foot is that little tiny sliver, and then it opens up to the 100-footers back here. It's very narrow right there, and this is most of this lot right here is down here by this duplex, down about 50 foot. So that's why I'm saying one lot there. It's not owned by us.
So I have a little presentation related to this that I've prepared. Is this the time for me to talk about
Yeah.
my finding? Okay. So, St. Helens, historically, before it was a town, just bear with me for a minute, was probably a lot of oak, savanna, and some pretty wide Camas Bluff areas. It's something that we've built on and built on and built on, and there's just a few remnant Camas meadows in this town. And they're all in these little bluffs. Now, I don't know if this bluff where they want to build on has Camas there. It potentially does. I know that the one where the house burned down, where the blasting was going to be, it has a lot of Camas on it. I actually took a map, and if you can see these green areas, these are the areas that I know about down around the sewage treatment plant that have Camas, kind of the remnant Camas areas in town. See the light green? There's some over by the trailer park over. So they're not just little blue flowers. They're really rare habitat in the Columbia region. They've been identified as being a critical habitat that's exceedingly lost. And so I had this idea before I knew about this presentation tonight, that this would be a great place to have a trail, mostly in right-of-ways, starting at the park, at our city property across from the park, going up, if we talk to the senior center, they might donate that for part of a trail. That part is a real easy grade up from the park, and go up on this bluff, come down on 9th Street, you go up in our great property that we got instead of blasting it, and make that a great natural park. You don't have to build everything in town. And here's a little routing of that on a LiDAR map, so you can see it's very doable, very possible. We already own most of it, and you could easily have a trail there. Yeah. And Wyeth, if you were to try to go up Wyeth, there is a cliff there. But if you're going through the senior center property, it's easily walkable. So, see the... Well, it has to do with public access that you're talking about. If you were to if you were going to vacate the entire right-of-way, then it wouldn't be accessible as a trail, would it? Then the public wouldn't have access to it. Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm presenting this as a reason to not vacate the entire thing.
So yeah, the discussion, I think the debate, if we had an easement, it would be a public access easement, because we have right of way on either side. It's just a question of right of way versus easement.
Yeah, that was kind of so. If you pull up a picture,
what they
Jenny,
propose doesn't exclude that.
Yeah.
Yes. So keep clicking. One more. Right there. That is Wyeth. That is the bottom of Wyeth between the bluffs right there. Those buildings are built on Wyeth. And 10th Street. So to your left.
Yeah, that's
right there.
Yeah, that's the cul-de-sac.
Yeah.
That he's showing.
So let's go ahead and go back to that picture, and then further left would be the Schleining Bluff that has the wildflowers on it.
Right. So, what's your point?
Well, just to bring up I'm just curious where that came from planning commission, why that even came about. But we do have the access easement for,
Okay.
for parks.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Uh-huh.
The problem is making sure that the public access is in the optimum place. And in this case, it looks like it would have to be skewed to the north side. So that's why I'm saying if that area would be an easement for access, why vacate it?
That's the whole problem, is the straight lines. We hear what you're saying, and we're not opposed to it.
So then, where's the information to prove?
Okay, so,
that
and
gets into
again,
the topo
okay,
survey.
okay, so that's where he's going with this. All right, so he's challenging the topo on this. We were hoping to get this, a recommendation from you to vacate these portions of street so we could get a topo when we get Dave Reynolds up there to, if it goes through and under these conditions, if it does go through the city and it gets approved, that we'd have a topo of that street the way we have it designed and presented it to the city planner for a street, an actual street. But to go ahead and go up there and try to do a topo right now, getting it, we're gonna have to get all those lots surveyed no matter what we do up there. Okay, so Dave Reynolds can do it all at the same time. So I just find it kind of, cumbersome, and it has been, and that I'm getting, for crying out loud, we're just trying to build a few places up there to make a more livable city. It hasn't been developed in 100 years up there, and there's a reason why. And we're willing to take on the challenge, and it feels like that the planning commission, or at least where Dan was going with that it felt like I was being interrogated. It really did. I mean, excuse me, but it did. It felt like you had some hidden agenda there towards me personally.
Not at all.
Okay,
No.
I would hope not.
Him, Camus, he takes on everybody.
Okay.
Don't take it personally.
Well, there is
I'm
no
a
trail.
biologist.
There really is no.
Here.
Go walk the property. Did you have a chance to walk the property?
I've been up there before.
Okay.
Not recently, but what's that?
Yeah.
It could be that there aren't, but it still could be a nice trail site. I would hate to see the access, and that's the only reason I brought that up.
Yeah.
I don't think that anybody meant to
Well.
get into an argument.
Yeah.
I just think that we're trying to make sure that we follow the city's rules and regulations like we do
Yeah.
with everything.
Absolutely.
And that's why we have staff.
Yep.
And that's why they bring up the questions.
Yep.
And I don't care if, who you are,
Absolutely.
try to make sure that everybody is treated equally.
Yes.
And so,
Well, I just had to state the way I felt. That it felt like that. You know what? I
wasn't actually talking directly to you. I was just making a presentation, so I wasn't interrogating you at all.
So, but there is still.
Whoa. Why
So, Jacob, there was a.
goes up behind the club, and then Wythe Street disappears.
It goes down into that. It dead ends into that
Right,
apartment,
right, and it
the
doesn't show
duplex
up
that somebody
until,
else
what,
built a duplex
16th
on it.
Street, because it goes, literally, it would go through the middle school.
It doesn't show up. Yes, it doesn't. Yeah, middle school actually vacated Wythe Street. Absolutely did.
So there is no street
Yes.
there.
No,
We're not
there is
talking
no street.
about anything that is.
And actually, I think the school cut off that back trail that would be like connectivity for trails on the back side of Jackass Canyon.
Well, that was on their
which would-
property.
Which
Yeah.
was, what's that?
That was in their property. They have the right to.
Yeah, yep.
So we'd be vacating a street that isn't and will never be.
Yeah, Jacob, there was a couple other things that you had in question, and there was I couldn't comment, and I wanted to, and I forget what they were because I thought they were important enough to when I had testimony to finally speak, and because I think they were valid points, but I can't recall what it was. So,
Was it using the lots together?
yes, maybe it was using the lots together. So. What we're proposing is that there is 24 feet up there to put by the standard right here, 24 with 20-foot asphalt, and a hammerhead does work for the fire department turnaround. It meets everything. What we're asking for meets all the requirements, and it still leaves an easement access for the public, even through the vacated part. If we have to get it topoed and put and surveyed. It's owned. It's easement for the city, for the public, anybody. That's all we're trying to do. That's it. I think you guys put on long shifts, don't you?
Not done yet. so-
I know. That's what I know of.
Do you have any-
This isn't where near the long.
Nope.
Double time. Yes. So, is there anything else that?
So, I mean, they want a recommendation to go to council. The challenge is knowing exactly where that access is going to be, whether it be reserved right-of-way or an easement, because that placement really dictates the decision. So this is this really, frankly, uncomfortable it's a chicken and egg situation. As far as being able to recommend an easement versus the right-of-way. If I don't know, my job is to protect the public interest.
Yeah,
that is my job strictly.
We actually have points that are up there that were surveyed by Dave Reynolds. Okay, we have 8 different points surveyed up there before we even got started to see where we were at. So those are what they are. So when you say you're uncomfortable in knowing that those are the points, I guarantee it. There's not a doubt about it. Paid him money to do it. Got proof of it.
9th Street's got houses on it, correct? Or that's yours?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep.
Okay. But 8th Street, can that ever be developed? I'm trying to see here.
No,
Because
that-
I'd give you all of Wythe there.
That rock outcropping just cuts everything off. It's just the big circle of rock there. And
It's
everything.
just 9th Street that has houses.
9th Street's the only way to get up to that parcel.
Right,
Right.
but 8th would never be developed for us?
I don't see how it would.
So the vacation on Wythe and on 8 look okay to me. Now, it would be a matter of deliberating 9th, and I don't know if I'd go 40, but I'd go 20. But I haven't seen it, so.
I don't think they want 9th. The only portion of 9th that they want is back here. And that's not disputed.
Yep.
Back where?
Here.
The south.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
this
sewer-
portion, that's pretty much untouchable.
Yep.
Yeah. The sewer and water, you won't have to vacate that across.
Nope.
that.
Nope.
So-
Exactly right, Russ.
'Cause that's what you showed on one of these, but.
Yep.
So the concern here is putting the hammerhead on someone else's right-of-way right. Because again, I have to look at the public good. I have to look at everybody. I cannot, it's unethical for me to look at the individual.
When you say somebody else's right of way, if it's an access easement for the public, how is that somebody else?
They potentially have a right to vacate this half, and if you're making a decision based on the hammerhead being on that half, one could conclude.
So if I got a letter from Glenn Hart, who owns that square lot right there, would that?
That may be something for the council to consider.
Yeah,
Could he put
I mean,
in
Plus
part-
the senior center.
Part of his
That's the other part of the
vacation
hammerhead, right?
request, could he put that in, or that has to come from?
Senior
What's
center,
that?
Well,
that L shape.
assuming we're talking about,
So you guys got to understand, Waymire and Glenn Hart were ready to let us vacate as long as we didn't build near their places. Because there's another lot up there in the city street. If we got both sides, can you go to the aerial, please? Yep, right there. These guys, he said, hey, I'm willing to even sign off on my half, which is right about here. And this guy, which is right here, he goes, as long as you don't build here, you can have my whole half. You could have this whole street. Well, there is another, it's a football field almost from there to the cliff here.
Point out,
But it's a city street. It's all right away.
would you point out 9th Street to me?
Okay, 9th is coming up right here, Audrey.
Okay.
And then it's coming up, and it actually drops off right here. It comes down really deep. I mean, that's why they call it Shadow Canyon Development. And there's nothing. This is still 9th right here. There's nothing here. There actually is a little house right about here. There's a little weird street that is, I don't know if it's even 12, probably barely 12, with a little rental right about here. If you widened out, I don't know if you could. Jen.
Thank you.
Yep. So.
well, if in that scenario, he got that property owner to vacate that side, well, wouldn't,
Just as a hammerhead is what.
Yeah.
Yep.
Doesn't that not address this aspect of it? I mean, there's.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm. But Jacob said it's not public. Well, how'd you put that again?
The only lot that it's going to affect is the senior center. Right. That's the only access they have is, so by improving that to a hammerhead, that's their only access they have, so we're actually.
Giving them road. Yep.
We're making their property more valuable, but still, there's only a 12-foot sliver that's straight cliff down getting into.
You know, yeah. Another option is, I mean, left field option is, with that map right there. I'm just looking at this. Is you take this lot and go like this, make that 3, and just dead end it right into 4, and then you sprinkle them. You go private. And you just go private street the whole way, and I can put my sewer and everything on that side, and just go right into this 4 lot right here, and dead end it right into there. Sprinkle this place, sprinkle that place. I mean, then we get rid of all this hammerhead stuff and trying to improve up there, and we save the flowers and everything.
Yeah, when there's not a turnaround, that's something that can be considered.
You see that though? I mean, if we were to take 3 right here, and
Sprinkle the flowers.
and just go, yes, just go right into dead end, right into 4.
did you just think of this, or what?
Yeah,
Oh,
this
okay.
came to me.
Oh, wow, yeah. Saved all that money. But you're,
Well, that's what I was looking at. Yeah,
but are you saying,
I know.
take that driveway then in
Yeah,
your
take 3.
vacated area?
Yeah.
Okay, but you're using part of that lot, which I thought you needed to come forward.
No, it would be on our side because he was worried about. No, because the side that we can vacate, are allowed to,
Right.
is this right here all the way to here, And he's saying he doesn't feel comfortable in putting this street on their side
Sure.
or on her side. I'm saying just take this completely out, driveway right here, and a dead end into 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what are you doing here?
Well, I'm just trying to, the other way looked good too. I mean, it would improve that up there. I mean, just for access, if you're going that far. But yeah.
Okay,
Yep,
Ron,
that's
you're
quite a bit of.
thinking. I can
What does
see
asphalt
you
run nowadays?
spinning.
Pardon?
What does asphalt run nowadays?
Oh, it depends who you talk to.
What is it you're
So you're talking basically a
not
private
gonna
drive
let you talk.
from the end of Ninth.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Private drive from the end of 9th and just run a 6-inch sewer up for 3 and 4 on my side of the vacated property.
But that doesn't help number 1.
One's within.
Number 1 is really close to that. I would challenge that 150. I would, or number 2. What I had is number 2.
It's
That is number 1.
it's the constrained area. I know that's what gets the fire marshal excited.
Yep. Yes,
So-
and that's probably why we would end up back here doing this. Is actually the dead end would not. Well, with the sprinkler,
They may make you sprinkle it anyway.
the sprinkle. Yep.
But the code says when you have a.
That's the reason
an
for the
enclosure
hammerhead
longer
and
than 50,
asking
we have to
is
consider it, so.
because of the fire department.
Okay, Ron, it's your turn.
Well,
So am I hearing that you're okay with the conclusion of the recommended vacation from staff? Is that what you just said, that you were okay with the recommendation on this map?
No.
No.
He's talking about doing a private.
No,
We
I
don't
was
wanna
just throwing
see
out
it.
scenarios because we were talking about you go back to the map you just had up.
Yeah.
And that's the map
Yeah.
we were looking at. And then it was like, well, we're adding all this street right there.
But if you go to Jacob's map,
That's
it
Oh, I
fits
see.
what you're
He's-
talking about.
Yeah, so
he's
that,
taking the 12 feet off that one side.
It still fits.
so
the-
you can do your private drive using this recommended amount of vacation. That was my question.
No.
So you're,
Oh, that's
you
what
still.
No, I was saying I want the full 40 there on
Here?
my side.
Right
Yes.
here?
Yes. Yep. Because for some reason we're hung up on that we're going to put this street on property that is publicly owned, even though it's a public access easement road. That's where I guess where I'm hung up on this. I don't get it. I don't, because it's not fair because I'm the only owner up there, and the city shouldn't allow the person with the most vested interest up there to utilize the full 80-foot easement that is there, and it's not a building site that I'm putting on; it's a street.
Right, that's why you can do that. But when you get beyond that,
Yes.
do that.
Yeah, then you couldn't do that. But if you have a plotted actual what does it take to make it to make it public, then you got to go all this. We're gonna be putting in a dang sewer.
So if you have the narrower vacation, that's not enough room for your lot 2 and 3. Is it too narrow then? Is that the issue?
3 and 4.
No, it's
Two
it's
and-
3
two
and
three
4.
and four.
It's 3 and 4. We're just trying to create another lot up there. You know.
But it would still be there, just be
Slightly smaller.
just slightly smaller.
Yeah.
And I just wonder if it's
that dump
too-
actually makes it like. You could put in maybe a really tiny home, cottage clusters. Let's talk about cottage clusters now. Yeah, it would be a very narrow strip, Dan. Especially with setbacks. That's where it is. That's what it comes down to is setbacks.
Yeah.
If we get 0 setbacks on all that, yeah.
So you're talking, Jacob. You're talking about 20 feet narrower, right?
20 feet narrower.
You're-
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're asking for
40 feet.
40, and that'll assumes a 40-foot right-of-way down the center, so it'd be 20 feet, yeah.
So your drawing is 20 feet vacation.
Yep,
Right.
yeah, except on that portion of 9th.
Yeah.
Where it's 0.
That's a problem when you go, all of a sudden you're forcing us over and then another 20-foot setback. Well, then you got the rock bluff cliff on the other side. All of a sudden.
I'll tell you what, this is getting
let me,
late.
Well, let me ask. You said if you could just run it like that and have a driveway in there, do you need a 40-foot right-of-way to get to that road for a private street?
No, you only
can
need
only have
20.
to be. You can only be 20.
You
So
don't
you
have to
could
be
do
20.
So you could do the 20-foot.
Actually, for 1 to 2 places, you can do a 10-foot.
Yeah.
Actually,
But
for a 1 to
you could do the 20-foot vacation because you don't need that wide a street to get back to that.
You can do it within the yellow.
Yeah.
I guess that's where I was thinking.
So this is Jacob's recommendation, and we're asking for what is allowed by us by the law is to go for the full 40 of our half, which is the line there, the yellow line.
Right.
That's what we're asking for.
Yeah, but you're saying it's a new idea. It's just this idea you just came up with tonight, which sounds like a good
Well,
idea, of having the roadway go like this.
Well, because our I'm
just trying to understand.
Yeah. So our map that we have there
Uh-huh.
actually includes that 40 foot. See where it sneaks out of that right there?
Yeah.
Yes. So if we had the 40 foot, yes.
So just this 140, and you said a dead end to the 4, right? Is it we just
No, it'd be all 40 foot.
right?
Yes.
But deading into the 4.
Yes.
But
Yep.
that would all be private road.
Yeah, it would be on our property.
So
if you guys recommended that you give us the full 40.
So I was just asking.
Yeah. Yep.
Since it's a private drive, it doesn't need to be 40 feet wide. It could be. It
Yeah.
could fit into a 20-foot strip.
Yeah. Actually, it says number of dwelling units 1 to 2 is only a 10-foot road. But so here's where we're hung up, is our new fire marshal Jeff Pritchard really likes fire med, and he likes to be really safe and precautious. And I'm almost looking ahead to the future, guessing that we're going to be putting in a hammerhead up there. But that's just what the word is on the street with a lot of builders is it's either sprinkler systems, which I'm not opposed to, but sometimes it's even both. And it's like, it's only 4 lots. I'm not looking to make $1 million off this. I'm actually building my personal house on that. That's why I looked at this. I used to work for these guys. I've been up there before. I wondered if they still owned it. I inquired about it, got a hold of his son, purchased it, and it turned out there was 4 lots up there, not just 1. And now I'm just trying to make use of, they both live a long ways away, and they say, you know what, you're a good worker. You worked hard all your life. Yeah, we'll sell you that property. And that's all I'm trying to do. So, it's up to you.
Yes.
If you guys would like to, we could wait to go forward with this. If any of you guys want to drive up there, you can drive a car. It's a little lumpy, but you can drive a car up there. I don't know. And if you want to wait on your decision or you're deliberating, and you can just pass the word on the next meeting, I'm okay with that. You really have to look at it. I've had plenty of people up there. It's not doing any.
Yeah, okay, well, thanks very much, and let's put this to deliberations.
Yeah, it's not a hearing, so there's no.
It's a recommendation.
Just a recommendation.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So,
That's why I was saying you could take your time.
So I would like to ask staff if what you've heard tonight, has that changed your mind at all? Has it made you a little any easier with the decision, one way or the other, or recommendation? I don't want to put you on the spot.
I want to know where the center line of that access is. I want to know the optimum center line of the access in relation to the topography. Only then am I comfortable making a final decision that's more acute than the 40.
Well, then could we do this?
And more so on the probably the drop off.
Now, wait a minute. Now it's deliberation.
between 8th and 9th.
Can we, in our recommendations, since that's go to the city council anyway, can we include, would it be any way helpful if we made that a requirement, a condition, as far as, you know, that topography be addressed before the council makes a final decision? I don't know, I'm just asking.
Yeah, this is a really unusual street vacation because of the topography.
Seems like that's been the name of the game.
And if there was no public right-of-way on either side, it would be a different story, but we have public right-of-way on either side, so we want to make sure there's some semblance of public access on either side. In part because we have to consider technologies that don't exist now. We can't think of where we are with wheeled vehicles and stuff like that. We have to think far ahead.
Are you talking about hovercraft?
So
Sure.
Let me ask
Sure.
this question of staff, because the
Or
applicant-
trails.
The applicant has had their opportunity. Let me ask this question of staff. How do we get from where we're at now to making a decision or a recommendation that is consistent with the city's goals and objectives? What do we need?
If I knew where the center line was in regards to where the bluff is, whether it be very sinuous or very straight, and then we saw where that was in relation to where the vacated lines are going to be, then we could make a very clear decision. And at that point, the easement may be a slam dunk.
So can the applicant go back?
I've been up there many times, yeah.
Can the applicant go back and get a?
No, that's what I mean. It's not a straight line. So where's the center line of the optimum path of access? That's the point. The optimum path of access.
There's a lot of discussions about where access is, but it's not determined.
No, so Shadow Canyon, the one development, yes, I get what you're saying, Greg, and I appreciate that. I think that's great. But Shadow Canyon zero lot line, built right on it. There's points up there where his development is. The fir tree down there, there's a pin.
Because ultimately, if we vacate it, we're going to adopt either a very organic area of vacation.
What we measured off to the center of Wyeth. So you want the center of the angled road all the way?
Of the optimum path of access.
Yep.
Yes. That's the challenge.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
It looks like it's right in the center of the right of way, the high spot. It's an artist's conception based on the raw data.
Pictures of the earth.
Ignore my tree.
But it's a little skewed.
Yeah. You understand the way the shadows are the cliffs. The high spots, the lighter spots are higher spots.
What is that one? I didn't see these pictures.
You have to go through night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, Russ, I think you're the only one who actually was up there, and I think sometimes on some of these type of situations with it throughout our city, I think that personally, we gave away, just gave away the Merriweather place. We gave away the full 40 on that chunk of 10th Street that is the canyon.
Well, that's why.
Is the canyon in between Schleining? It's Jackass Canyon that would feed all the way down to the river.
Yeah.
So we did give away that full 40 and actually offered the other side because the other store owner didn't want it, and he didn't want it. He just wanted the 40. So.
Well, whether that sets a precedent or not.
No. I'm just thinking.
Where's that at?
So I guess where I was going is we actually almost need to have, as a city, I guess, I think we need to take some field trips sometimes and not always believe what I'm hearing from my staff is what it feels like.
Rick, we used to take those field trips.
Yeah, because until you get up there and see, and I would advise each and every one of you to go up and look at this property after this meeting here tonight, and take a look. And there is the tree on 8th and Wyatt. That is Dave Reynolds. We put cones. There's zero line adjustment off of Shadow Canyon. That one house right there. You got all the maps. Take a look yourself, please.
Well, you know,
and I'd love to hear from you.
One thing that helps me is if you, I mean, Dave's hasn't shot the topo there, but probably. I mean, you don't want to hire him unless you're a little more secure. But if he's got the corners there and he can plot this on a good topographic.
Yeah, absolutely, he could.
I can understand you need more property to get off the cliff because it's such a creative site. So, but with Jacob's concern and not really seeing how much you can get by with, if the survey was a little more accurate that we had on paper. I mean, one thing is standing up there and looking at points, and that it's would help me to see it on paper. What Dave could plot that out.
So can I make a recommendation that we delay a decision or continue this until the next meeting?
Yeah, I think that would be, we could all go up there again. Take a harder look at that, look at the points you're talking about. I think in relations to these lines here, we sort of need to stand out there and see exactly what you're talking about. And so if we could delay that, and could we do it next session, answer that?
September.
Yeah,
Okay.
it should be easy then.
Yeah, I think we'll all have a better handle on it.
That would help, yeah.
That was my motion.
And I seconded it.
Okay, all in favor?
All right.
Opposed? Okay.
Make sure we get
passes.
down up there.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you guys for your service, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Everybody's equal.
Okay. Uh-oh, I buried my.
We had that one
One
little
more
piece,
thing.
one little piece of paper.
You lost your friend.
What is this, they said?
ADU?
Yes. Auxiliary.
That was interesting.
Okay, so
This was our conclusions last time.
yeah, so I mean, Greg was right last time, in a sense about continuing it to consider it. The problem is right now is a pretty terrible time to do anything. We're pretty burdened with plan review. And so when Greg said, let's continue it, bad words, just because, it's tough. It's very tough, a lot going on. This is going to the council tomorrow. I wanted to throw these couple things by you, so when I go to the council, I can tell them what you think. So your recommendation was to have a maximum size of 1,200 square feet. Currently, it's 1,000 square feet in our code, so it's only a 200-foot increase. And then, afterwards, I kind of looked at it, and one of the standards in our code says that ADUs are supposed to be smaller than the principal unit. And so that's where I'm like, oh, okay, well, we really should have the 75-foot rule. So I updated it to say no more than 75% or 1,200 square feet, whichever is less. I think that still honors it, but then it'll still ensure that it's smaller than the principal dwelling. The other thing that we've added was to say, given the smaller than the principal unit, that the height of the ADU is not higher than the principal dwelling. except for when you're converting legal accessory structures, which we talked about that exception. So I just wanted to bounce that off you, since it was new. That way, when I go to the council, I can say, okay, we talked about that
Well,
too.
and that brings up 2 points that I was most concerned about, that I didn't think about the last time this came up. Thanks to Aggie Peterson, I did. It did get me thinking. She put a thing in the paper, this is going to the county, because they're doing the same thing. One of the things you didn't want, or that she wanted, was that it didn't matter what the auxiliary, or the auxiliary dwelling could actually be converted from the, you could have your original house, use that as an auxiliary dwelling, and build a new structure.
That's bigger.
That's bigger. I don't buy that. I want the auxiliary building to be smaller than the original house. Okay. The other thing is, the owner should be required to live in the house. This isn't a additional rental unit or something of that nature. This is for, family or whatever. So that's 2 things that I would like to see incorporated in that.
Are there rules from the state?
I don't think so, because she's recommending that be included in the county, that
The owner occupied?
not necessarily have to live
Oh.
in either of the dwellings.
So yeah, our current rule says it has to be owner occupied. The problem is all of the literature out there says that that's a bad idea, and it's not
'Cause it's so
practical to
it's so
enforce either.
Yeah, you can't enforce that.
The state is pushing this because of housing shortages and housing costs, and if you put all these rules, we're right back to, sick grandma houses, and nobody will ever build them. So, I mean,
That's what
I
they're for, aren't they?
understand
I mean.
You want an owner to
No.
be present, but you can't decide which
For
building
cheap
to
housing.
live in and decide that they can't have their best friend live in the auxiliary dwelling unit, that it has to be their son.
No, that's
You know
not
what
what
I'm
I'm saying.
Okay,
No,
I'm just trying to understand.
I'm saying that you have a home, owner-occupied home.
Right.
And you come before the council and you get permission to build an auxiliary structure. You should be required, the homeowner should be required to live in one of those buildings,
One or the other.
one or the other. I'm not saying they have to
Oh,
live
okay.
in the big building.
All right, that's okay, I
I'm saying
understood.
that we shouldn't be in allowing 2 rentals on a property.
Right, no, I understand it the same way you is, and we're on the same page.
Exactly, okay, yeah.
We made a little circle around there, and I got lost, and I
But
found my way
I
back.
think that needs to be stated in any recommendation to the city council, because if you don't, then you could end up, like what she's proposing, that, the owner
free
not
rolling.
necessarily have to live on the property.
My question
have
is,
2 rentals, you
why
can
is that a
have
problem?
owner-occupied.
My question is, why is that a problem?
Because it changes the dynamic of a neighborhood. If you go from owner-occupied, all of a sudden you have 2 tenants.
I don't know, it sounds like the auxiliary structures are for more low-income housing.
No.
Not
That's not what it's
necessarily.
meant for. It's actually meant for, allowing,
Infill.
taking care of your elderly parents, or a relative, or giving it to your child, I mean, it's that way. I mean, it's gonna turn out to, eventually it's gonna turn out to be something else, because people push the envelope all the time. And that's why I think, at the outset, you need these specific rules, so that it doesn't become a problem down the road.
What does everyone else think?
I agree with
I mean,
Greg.
there's a
You
difference
can't
here.
enforce that.
Yeah,
Exactly. How about the
Can't-
ladies
you
gentlemen?
can't enforce
How do you feel?
I agree with Greg. It doesn't matter which house the younger
happens when they
person
die?
lives in.
What happens when they die?
The owner dies?
They're
What
heirs.
happens? My dad builds an auxiliary dwelling unit and a side unit and rents it to my son. My dad dies and it rolls over to the estate.
Well,
Then who lives there?
Be like the Egyptians, we bury them all together.
You know what I'm saying? 'Cause it's like,
These-
I'm trying to think of the sustainability of the process.
These kind of things are very typical in college towns. In college towns, my mother-in-law lives in a college town. She has a rental basement apartment. My sister-in-law lives there. She has a little mother-in-law's cabin house behind. Sometimes it's been her son, sometimes she's lived there, sometimes she's rented to somebody else.
Yeah, some owner on the property is good, but I don't think too many rules. I don't know, what do you think, Jenny?
I think having an owner occupancy requirement is against the literature. If the importance is affordable housing, which was the reason this
Yeah.
bill was
Affordable housing.
created, then I think that goes against creating affordable housing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that structure isn't, what makes it
Well,
affordable?
It's an affordable housing.
What-
This is an
It adds units. It's the potential
Density.
of adding units.
Yeah, creating more housing
Paid
is
50 bucks for
affordable
that
housing.
basement
That's the
apartment in my
intent.
That's pretty affordable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, a 300 square foot house is gonna cost less than a 1,000 square foot house to rent.
Yeah.
That's just the factor. You go out there and look for a house, a 4-bedroom house costs more than a 1-bedroom house.
Right.
But finding a
studio,
1-bedroom house
yeah.
to rent is next to impossible.
But we talked about owner occupancy before, and it seemed like the planning commission was on board eliminating it.
Well, I'll be voting against it. If it includes that, so.
So maybe it'd be good to separate the motions then, since we seem,
No, put it all together. I mean, I don't care, but all I'm saying is I'm philosophically opposed to ADUs if the owner doesn't live on in one of the structures.
And I don't think this is an informal discussion. I just wanted to be able to tell the council that, so I can tell them they're still concerned about
Well, what-
owner occupancy and so what they want to do with it.
okay.
Okay, well, I mean, Greg's put it straightforward, and let's sort of have an idea who's on his team.
I am.
I am. I think that's sound.
I'm not.
No.
Don't think you can.
I don't think you can enforce that. It's unenforceable. There's no reason to make a law that you
Well,
can't enforce.
So if someone comes to town and buys up all these homes and starts to throw in ADUs on the backside,
Yeah.
Well,
in the name of,
First of all, you're
Affordable
only gonna
housing.
have so many lots
That will
allow
qualify.
in the city. So many lots that you're gonna be big enough to be able to put ADU.
If you have, every R10 could have one.
And that's true.
well, if they're small enough, you can use part of the existing house, I'd
Look at-
imagine. Did we ever remodeling?
Corvallis,
Anyway, it's only
all
recommended.
these college towns.
Okay,
We did have the prohibition against short-term rentals.
yeah.
Yeah.
And the literature,
That's
there's a lot of
Yeah.
literature that says that's a bad idea for
Yeah.
ADUs.
Okay.
But if you don't, I'm always looking at down the road, if you don't specify certain things, someone will come in and try to push the envelope. I mean, we've seen it, tonight was a good example. You need to have specific rules, you need to cover as much as you can think about at the very beginning, or you're gonna get into trouble down the road. I mean, look at what's happened with these rental units, And I just think that this is going to be another glorified overnight stay type of thing, where it's going to go under the book, under the radar, and people are going to use it for renting out on whatever the internet.
B&Bs,
pages, yeah, whatever.
That's a
B&Bs.
short-term rental. That's a
Anyway,
short-term
that's
rental
my
site.
opinion.
Okay.
I don't wanna take more time.
I think that's,
Add just a little bit. I think it's,
Your mic's off.
a negative for,
Thank you.
it's a negative situation for building community, and it's a negative situation for maintaining families. If we do not have some, structure about who lives there and why.
okay.
We have lots of apartment buildings that are gonna be built, and that's good. But I think the, private home with a second private home on the same lot, I think that there needs to be some structure and some predictability. Otherwise, why not just divide the lot and build 2 houses on it?
Well, because what are you gonna have if the owner sells? Is the person staying in the ADU unit gonna move?
Well, I think you're sort of
We're getting
morphing
RIP.
the R zoning into duplex zoning. I mean, it's,
Basically,
don't do it
it
at all.
becomes a rental,
you know,
period.
you're changing the neighborhood
Whether
and
you
adding
collect
more
money
people,
on
more
it or
cars and
not,
everything, and
rental.
people go to a neighborhood because they want to live in a single-family residence.
Then you don't do it at all, and that's not what the state mandate is talking about, so.
Well, that's true. But you
People
can
are
still,
already doing it.
you can still live within the state mandate and still put in your own rules as far as,
Then it's the same as what he didn't want to see. Just doesn't matter, just a different person living there, that's all.
exactly.
So-
So that-
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I agree, that's always the best case scenario, but I don't think it's very enforceable.
Okay, well, the Millard Road discussion, we'll kick that off to another time. The only other thing it's a for your information item. It's not on here, but 50 Plaza. Okay, no, that's fine.
Yeah, make a motion, we accept it.
so moved.
Acceptance agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Remove it, you're seconding it.
Moved and seconded. Aye?
Aye.
Right.
Nay? Okay,
What about
acceptance.
Millard Road?
I lost my agenda.
That's to discuss the potential zoning, but I,
Kept swiping
at
your
this
agenda.
point, we can.
Yep, that's-
There's no hurry. There's no urgency.
Sticky fingers.
Okay, planning director.
Thank you for giving it back.
You're welcome. Thanks for letting me use it.
I've got a couple more things to do.
So we have a riverfront district architectural standards. So any kind of exterior change to a building in this area, we're supposed to review it, make sure it's consistent with our standards. There's going to be a demo permit for 50 Plaza, which was the computer store.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
And
really?
and the demo permit is to remove the facade. We think that definitely meets the intent of the architectural standards. So this building, of course, it's in our National Historic District, and it talks about, the storefront windows have been altered with aluminum sash, diagonal painted cedar tongue and groove siding below the windows, blah, blah, blah. While the alterations are considered moderate, they appear to be reversible. That's what this person wants to do. They want to reverse these alterations. We believe that meets the intent of our architectural standards because it's going to kind of go back in time a little bit. So, so this is you as the Historic Landmarks Commission, for a couple minutes
Right.
tonight. We're supposed to come with you with a recommendation, or we're supposed to get a recommendation from you. And I know we don't have a lot of reports or anything, but because they're just taking that facade off, we think that makes sense. Now, once they take it off, and if they have to make other alterations, we might get more in the details then. But just for the purposes of the demo permit, which requires the building permit, requires us to look at the standards. That's where we're at.
They're gonna put something back on, or are they expecting something underneath it?
They're expecting something underneath.
So those windows, they're by the drugstore you see on that photo I passed out, hopefully those windows are underneath the box that they want to take off.
Oh.
And if they aren't, they're going to try to add windows back, the
Oh,
transit
those,
windows.
yeah.
And then alongside, they want to take down the siding that was added to the concrete wall as well. So the demo permit would include those two aspects, which,
I thought you gave us this because if somebody was putting in this fence.
no. And then the backside was a close-up of the building in some kind of movie that someone took from the plaza, and you can see the windows really well there. It's really blurry, obviously, but it's just evidence that there's windows.
So they'll get their demo permit, and then assuming they have to go further, they will get a building permit?
Yeah.
I would assume so, yeah.
Okay.
So what do you need from us, recommendation?
Yep.
Okey dokey.
Okay.
Second?
All right, moved and seconded to approve the demolition permit.
I like that picture. Keep-
All right. Aye.
Aye.
Cool.
Hey.
That is historic.
Hey,
Got it.
approved.
Wow.
I think we got it all. I move we
Got it?
adjourn.
No, anything else, Jacob?
You understand where I'm coming from on that vacation, don't you?
No, that's, you made it clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't have
All
any
right, I want to
Oh.
make sure I'm,
Well, that-
Didn't have any problem.
It wasn't
Yeah.
very helpful though when you're trying to explain something and he continued to interrupt you.
Yeah, I think
I didn't want to be
there was a little bit.
yeah, no, that's okay. That's life in the
The
public
next
sector.
meeting, 6:30. We want to have another work session for the Riverfront Connector Plan. I'll send a reminder out,
Okay.
but just
Yeah.
come a half hour early. There's going to be a meeting like we did before, prior to your meeting, so we might be wrapping up when you come in.
Okay.
Is this
Okay.
gonna be the last of the?
I think maybe adoption might be after this. Frank.
No mercy, Greg.
Is it? I think it might be, the next one would be the draft plan for adoption
I'd
after.
have to look at the schedule.
I think we're getting close.
That's good.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll only have 3 or 4 more of these meetings.
Mr. Chairman, before we adjourn, I have 2 quick items I'd like to bring to the table. Both of them involve efforts that I feel would help us make sure that we're getting all the information we need to do our job as best as we can. And they will require a little, just a slight amount of work for the staff. But I think it'll be fine. The first item is I'm proposing is that each commission member receive copies of the final decisions of any of the land use actions that we take before they're signed by the chairperson. This would provide us with an opportunity to review the document and ensure that any conditions for what the commission intended. And, we were speaking about, being able to, or interpreting things, misinterpreting certain things. We don't see the final decisions before they're signed by the chair and then become rules or law. What I'm proposing is that you email us copies, say, give us 2 days or whatever, before the chair would sign them. If any of us have any questions or concerns that was not what we intended as far as the condition, we can get it back to you.
But individually, not as a group.
Well,
I mean, that's why you either authorize signature or not. If you want to review the conditions, we wait till the next meeting for the signature.
Well, and when I go down to sign, if I've got questions or anything, I mean, I read through it as much, and then Jacob's very good about saying, well, here's what we did, this, that, and.
I mean, while he's reading it all.
Well, it was just something that was raised, the last meeting when, we were talking about the one application that came up that, I remember the marijuana building and all the conditions. And you had indicated that you understood, what we were trying to get at. And I just, that sort of turned the light bulb on in my head that sometimes we may misinterpret what somebody's trying to say.
Oh, the denial findings.
Denial. But as long as the chair is comfortable, as long as you're doing it for us, then that's.
Yeah, well, I don't put my name on it just to sign, so hopefully I catch anything that
Good thing
might be a concern.
Yeah, we give them a pen and a blindfold and.
Blind justice.
Pretty much what I did.
The second thing I would request is that the commission be regularly informed of any city council decision that relates to land use matters. And I believe this can easily be accomplished by the addition of a short paragraph in the planner's monthly report, similar to the information you give to the council regarding actions taken by the planning commission that previous month. So, like on Wednesdays, tomorrow's city council agenda, you have the appeal of the marijuana, I would like to know what the decision is on that. And the other one was the city council will be making a decision on a ordinance regarding marijuana. That's a land use matter, I believe. I think the planning commission should at least know what's going on.
I think they amended the marijuana tax law.
Well, I don't know exactly what it was.
It's an impact fee, is what it is.
It says
Yeah.
Regarding community impact agreements. So I didn't know what that was.
Yeah, it's an impact fee, it's because,
Well, I don't want to get in.
yeah, it
All
was-
I'm asking is anything that comes up regarding land use matters, whether it's an appeal or whether it's a final decision or whether it's something new having to do with planning issues, I think it's important for us to know what's going on with the other side. The city council knows what's going on with the planning commission if they read your report, because there's a paragraph in there every month about what happened at the previous meeting. All I'm asking is the same opportunity to see what the city council is doing, so that we know what's going on with, by the other hand. Take it for what it's worth.
So the left hand wants to know what the right hand
Yeah.
is doing.
Right.
Gee, wouldn't that be unique? I so move.
Second.
Oh, time, 11:31. We adjourn the meeting. Oh, I'll say aye. Aye. Nay? No, but, is your meeting adjourned?